The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. I was deciding whether I was going to do one today because I haven't prepared anything, but we always find stuff to talk about. I was a bit crook this morning, but I think it's easing off now. And 3 times in the loo, flushing out, so that always helps, but probably more's coming. Yeah, so we had KFC last night because the chicken was left in the fridge, raw chicken, and I think you're not meant to leave it in for too long. Like, you got to cook it up after 1 or 2 days. If it's cooked, I think it can last 10 days, but if it's uncooked, 3 days. Anyway, it had a funny smell to it, so we decided to get KFC instead. But yeah, probably overloaded my system. It was just so lovely. And now I'm paying the price this morning, of course. And of course, you don't even know how hygienic those Indians that run the place. Yeah, so yeah, I just don't like how KFC, the staff don't wear even hairnets, you know. Everyone should wear hairnets if you're preparing food. I think there's only one place in America that does that, isn't it? I don't think McDonald's even do hairnets. But yeah, need to be more hygienic nowadays, especially with COVID. Gabber, the side audio's up. I wear a hat when I prep food, do you? Yeah, I keep telling Mum that she's getting old and she loses hair into the food, and it really puts you off eating it when you find one. I said, I always put your hair in a ponytail at least. Least if it falls out, it's going to be grabbed by the rubber. So yeah, but yeah, I just don't think people, especially Indians, are very hygienic people from what I've seen. They're good for cleaners, but they don't maintain their own hair standards. Like we'd see, we'd have homestays that would just go in the toilet and then walk out and just go straight to their bedroom instead of going straight to the bathroom and washing their hands. So it doesn't matter what they were doing, they still should be conscious of washing their hands all the time. Especially touching handles around toilet stuff, right? You got in trouble for wearing a hat. That's kind of weird. Anyway, free for all's up if you want to join. I don't know. The stats seem to be not showing up here. What's going on there? Say 0. What's happened with Google?
Hello?
You need... Hi. What's happened to Google? It reckons I got no one watching and no likes, so I don't think I'd like to, actually.
I clicked on a like. What are you talking about?
Did you? It says excellent connection, but everything's 0 on the window. I'm just going to have to reload it again, I think.
It does it to me when I'm live streaming games on YouTube. The live thing doesn't work properly.
I think something's gone wrong. Because normally the one on the other window's on a separate browser, and that's got 0, and this has got 0. Both are... let's see. Let's just click on that. Copy. Let's see if I can add a like to it, just for a test. But yeah, they're always messing it up, though, aren't they? Always messing it up.
I stream on OBS.
No? Says no one's liked it.
I stream on OBS.
It's worked with my one.
You got 2 likes now.
And
2 likes on my screen.
Definition of democracy,
I only got one here.
person, one vote.
Are you using OBS?
That under those regional representative...
Yeah. How do I close that sucker down? No, I'm using Minicam, but that doesn't involve it. Definitely only one here. Untick it and retick it again. I think you've ticked the wrong one, maybe. Yeah, the stats have never been right for me. In fact, when you go to Social Blade, it's got big missing blanks of data. And yeah, it doesn't... That's not adding up all my proper traffic stats properly. So if people are looking at that, they're only getting half the story. It's probably missed probably 20,000 views on Social Blade because of the API being turned off or whatever it is on my account. Okay, let's just get this going. Might just bring Discord across. So someone said they spotted you on Bruce C's on Twitter, so I had to reply to it. Yeah.
See, someone's having a go at me because I left comments on Bruce C's all.
Yeah.
You forgot to mention Bruce C's all interviewed me for a whole hour. I was on his bloody live show.
Yeah, I saw that video. But that's before you knew about him. He is like most YouTube channels. Instead of just keeping to the legit stuff, they got to embellish it with playing flares.
I don't agree with most of what Bruce C's says. Some of the things he says shocks me. Some of the frauds he talks about like they're legit. I sit there and I'm like, I'm speechless for some of the things he says, but I don't say anything. People are allowed to have their opinion. What am I going to do? Sit there and start spamming, this person's a fraud, here's a link to the fraud they did, look at all the fraud they go, you shouldn't be talking about them like that. I'm not going to waste my time. Let him have his own opinion, you know, I don't care. I like him, I think he's funny.
Yeah. I think he's dangerous, just like a lot of the Shills out there, you know, like Corey Goode. If you're not being...
He does talk a lot of conspiracy stuff. And he talks a lot of stuff with no proof or evidence. And then he talks about a lot of frauds. Oh, this guy's channel, he's amazing. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
was talking about third phase of the moon. He goes, "Why doesn't third phase of the moon put my stuff on, or why doesn't Tyler put my stuff on?" I sent them an email. I sent them some stuff. They won't put my stuff on there. I typed in the chat, what do you care about a fraud channel if they're going to put your moon photos and videos up on their channel? Like, don't worry about them. They're all fraudsters. And then, like, eventually he got the shits with them and he talks bad about them now. Tyler said something bad about him or something. So he's like, Tyler said something bad about him. He's like, he said something bad. Tyler said something bad about him. Like, what's this Bruce sees all? He uses a magnifying glass on the screen and records it with the phone, and you can't see a thing. And Bruce got the shits, and he hates Tyler now. He never talks good about Tyler anymore. I was having a go at him for talking.
You're talking about Tyler security, aren't you?
Yeah. I was having a go at him because he was talking good about Tyler. Why doesn't Tyler put me on his show? I go, why do you want to be on his show? All he does is promote fraud and make fantasy stories. You don't want nothing to do with these people, but they don't listen to me. They're just looking for views and subs, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the field is, I don't know, it's full of 99% idiots. That's all you can say, morons, who don't actually watch all the content, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And then they seem to think that they know all about you when they know nothing about you and not even your age range, right? So it just shows you that they haven't been keeping up with my live streams and my personal accounts. But yeah, first of all, I put up, just go over it. I put up the new shorts, right? And I knew it'd draw out some snowflakes because Cambion had that that guy on. What's his name?
Robert
Kiviat.
Robert Kiviat. Yeah, Bob Kiviat.
And he's blabbing on about all sorts of stuff that I've looked into, and probably
what was he blabbing on about?
Well, the Guardian case being the best UFO case, and I debunked that within probably an hour. I looked at that, and my mind's got many patterns in it, so to say, of objects and things. And of course,
everyone thinks they're an expert. Everyone thinks they're an expert, but they're like, when they talk like they're an expert, they're talking about BS. I'm just like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he was saying, yeah, that's what he was saying. He was saying that he had experts that said they could tell that it wasn't light from man-made object, and it had to be alien. It was brighter than any man-made object on video. And I thought, what a bunch of bollocks. What the hell are you doing, mate?
That sounds like BS to me. Like, I don't claim to be an expert. I'm stuck in multiple rabbit holes, but like I'm learning how to crawl out of rabbit holes slowly, you know?
Well, you might remember the Phoenix Lights. There was some guy, I can't remember what his name was. He was like the so-called video image expert of the time on VHS tape and old videos, pretty much. And he was comparing the light source of the Phoenix Lights. I don't know what you're doing. Are you being attacked by your cat or something?
The cat attacked me, and then the foam dropped off my microphone. I don't have the foam piece on my microphone, and that's disappeared. And everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
Sort of distracting. Might have to mute you if you're not careful. But he was saying, he was looking at the lights and saying, oh no way could they be flares. The lights doesn't match my database of lights on film. And I thought that was a load of bollocks at the time. But I still listened to what he had to say and all the science and mathematics that he was applying to it. It's the same as Bruce Maccabee. Nice guy, but he's a physicist and he likes his maths and he likes to calculate all these things about a UFO sighting. And everybody looks at it and goes, what's it all mean? you know, it's a thing of going over top to keeping it down to lay terms. And if you're going to do all that mathematics, then you've got to break it down to lay terms and say, well, here's the summary, here's the conclusion. And, you know, he's not been wrong on stuff technically, but he's been wrong about the conclusion. Now, you know, the one with the Trent one I just put up,
Yeah.
is a short. These ones here, the famous Trent UFO that they keep using on documentaries, like James Fox keeps using it as the best UFO case. Well, we all know it's a truck mirror now.
It looks like a truck mirror.
You know, we found an image of the guy in the truck, and it had the mirror with the long post on it. And I just simply cut off the image off the photograph and overlaid it on the model of the UFO, and this one here, and it's 100% match, right, in the shorts.
Looks like a truck mirror to me.
Yeah, and of course the snowflakes on Bit-chute all unsubbing and attacking me and saying I'm an idiot. But yeah, if I click on that there, I've just taken a clip from 2 live streams that we analysed. We looked at new high-res image of the negatives, and it's got so many scratches and fingerprints on it. You'd be lucky to see much detail in it, apart from working
They're
out.
unsubbing you on Bit-chute because of it.
Yeah, or attacking me in the comments, you know, calling me an idiot, you know. And I said, look, this is just a little clip from 2 hours of live streams. Or actually, it was probably 2 times 2 or whatever, something like that. You know how long my live streams get. But it was like 1 hour in each of the episodes. So if I just play that there, it's just a minute clip showing the truck mirror overlaid on top of the so-called UFO.
Close,
and you can see it's 99.9% match, you know, overlaying it.
Maybe that could have been belted with a hammer.
Now the lines on there is where someone said they thought they could see fishing line, but I don't think that's correct. If you, my other one was looking at the negative and enhancing it and seeing all the scratches and fingerprints on it.
How
Looked like it.
How do they get rid of the arm that holds the mirror, side mirror up?
Well, this obviously unbolts at the back here, right, and then the thing just falls off, right, and plus it's probably got a pivot joint here at the back, so you can adjust the mirror up and down. The old trucks, anyway, you have to watch the videos. The picture of the old truck with the mirror on the side, I think in the episode, most people just cut off the truck mirror. They said he had a whole barn of bits and pieces from old trucks and stuff that he could have used as well. But, yeah, it's nothing like overlaying 2 images together like that and proving it beyond doubt. So this is evidence to me. This is solid evidence. And when you have a look at all the scratches on the negative, you can see why they did that. Now, if you had a photograph of a UFO, you're going to take care of those negatives, right? The master copy. You're going to wear gloves and stuff to make sure they don't get damaged and scratched, right? Well, this had like thousands of scratches on it. And the only reason I can think about that is these people were handling it wrong on purpose to try and hide the fishing lines. So if you've got lots of scratches, you can just say it's a hair or a scratch where it's been slid across the table. But yeah, you'd have to look at this is a clip from one episode, and this is a clip from the other one on the fishing line.
Maybe it's on purpose, like I said, like to slide it across the table backward and forth.
So I'm talking about the scratches being done on purpose to hide the fishing line, or any possible reflection of the fishing line from analysis. But back then they didn't know the technology we have nowadays of running it through filters and enhancing it and all that sort of stuff. But what I found out is that UFO wasn't moving. All the snaps he took was the person was walking towards it. So in my analysis, I was trying to overlay it and see how far it had moved between one snap of the camera, because he said he snapped it one after another. That means the object should have been moving from right to left, and it wasn't. It was the person was moving around on a different angle to take a snapshot of it, and of course it wasn't on a slope then. It was on a different slope, because it was obviously swinging around on the power line that's above it. But yeah, the snowflakes look at that and say there's no evidence in that. I said, well, you got to watch the full episode. This is just a clip, you dumbass. Well, I tried to be civil to these people, but he ended up, I said, if you keep calling me an idiot, I'm going to have to mute you. Because Bit-chute actually gives you a lot of power on the comments, unlike YouTube does. In fact, they override you on Google. Not in Bit-chute, they let you manage your own comments. So I guess it's here somewhere, is it? Which one's Discord? Bit-chute, I mean. There it is. Does that work? So you can see I've got the same shorts uploaded here. I don't upload all of them, of course. And if we go into these, and of course we've got ads here.
Damn close, isn't it?
So the shorts play like that over here. They don't have like
You got 100 views already.
Yeah, I get lots of views on alternative media. I just don't get any on. So that's another thing. If I go back here and have a look at the views, 10. Go to all my alt media ones, it's up to 100 or 200. So what's that tell you about Google? Suppression. Anything that's a keyword to do with ufology, so they've probably got Trent in there. So because I put Trent in there, oh yeah, it's part of the conspiracy line of ufology. We won't publish those shorts. So those 10 users.
YouTube does whatever the WEF tells them to do.
Yeah. So I tried even doing.
Well, they're all the globalists and Illuminatis. So like, I guess UFOs is not on their agenda. They want disinformation.
Yeah, but if I do a music one like that, it's got no mention of UFOs in the voice. It gets 80 views, right? Still pretty low. And if I do a dog one, 430. And I think the shaver one, the shaver review got 148. But anything that's a good clip on stuff on ufology, hardly anything, right?
Suppressed. It's suppressed. You're being suppressed. Everyone gets suppressed.
Yeah.
There's no freedom of speech on YouTube. It's all suppression. They only feed the viewers what they want the opinion to be, not what.
Yeah.
You know.
So I had one here that got 1.7 thousand views within the hour. Which one was it? It had nothing to do with UFOs.
Google UFO sightings 2022. Click on Google, click on videos, and click on this week or this month, and look how many turn up. Then
Look
go
at this one here.
Go do the exact same thing, and you get like 10 times more videos. Why is Google hiding the videos?
I did a clip here that sounded like a review, and it got 1.7k thousand views an hour. So you can't tell me none of these other ones can get that kind of view. You know, I was just showing you color, night vision, sensor, fisheye.
Yeah, but look at the video next to that UAP. You put UAP in there, then it's flagged. 8 views, flagged.
8 views, totally different. It's on the same. It's off the same
the
video. It's off the
portal.
same live show.
Did you capture a UAP portal?
No, that was the portable one that flashed up after the plane went past here, right? And it's on the same video. Bang, no views at all. And I've tried to move it. I've tried to move it from different categories as well, and it hasn't had any effect. Did your orb one? How many views did that get? 6 views. Charlie, he gets more views than you, 15. Ghost ones, nothing. Even anything explosion. Tyler Klockner admitting that he's a fraud, 25 views. That's why Google doesn't want me to talk about that stuff, because he's their cash
You're
cow,
red flagged
right?
by Google because you're talking bad about their cash
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, and that's why I'd love someone like Elon Musk to come and buy out Google and expose all the things they were doing. You can bet he would show that they were suppressing all sorts of conspiracy channels, and he would just, that would probably be called not the Twitter files but the Google files. Wouldn't it be so good about going there and just expose all those shitheads? Even when people now talk about Google, they make sure they don't put up the episode on YouTube now, because it gets flagged, right? So what they do is they always put it up on Rumble or Bit-chute or Odyssey. So I think Google's going to pay the price for, look how many views, millions, billions of views they're missing out on by suppressing it, right? It doesn't matter whose channel it is. Look at all the views they're missing out on. It's such a popular topic, conspiracies. They could open it up, have free speech and all that. Just totally open it up, and just do it so that the pinned comment at the very top, or just have a comment at the top that if they're not happy about something in the episode or someone flags it, they could have a link to something like fact checker or something like that if they want to, but they should let the episode be searchable, and it's not. Even when I'm trying to do shorts, they got no search facility like this here, and you have to use their main search up here instead, and this one limits it to your own channel, but up here it adds in all other channels. So if I put in there, so what's one of my episodes here? I'll say Trent. What
Tyler,
here?
drunk arrest photo.
Matching famous Trent photo.
Ken the astronomer.
Let's see if it comes up. Matching
Tyler pretending to be
Trent
Tyler
photo.
pretending to be Ken the astronomer. Astronomer.
Yeah, let's just have a look on that one. Oh, it came up straight away. But that could be a trick. And it's got all these other ones that have nothing to do with it. Well, if I do that on the thing, it doesn't normally come up. Maybe just put Trent photos, maybe. Yeah, it's still coming up.
Do you reckon he hung a truck mirror up on a power line?
Yep, sure did. Yep, 100%. But he's not the normal hoaxer. He didn't do it for publicity. He had a mate. Apparently, someone said he had a mate that believed in UFOs, and he wanted to prank him, and it got out of hand. He reported it to the newspaper, and they didn't want that publicity, but it got out of hand, and in the end, they just went with it because they didn't want to tell him that they had pranked him. And it just got deeper and deeper. And I don't know if they made any money out of it, but I guess once you get to a certain point in your lie, it's a bit hard to go back on, like Corey Goode, right?
Corey Goode. I've been watching the court depositions this morning, and I'm just in there laughing. He's just digging his hole deeper.
Let's see. Why does it come up with that though? Because normally it doesn't work. Let's try Tyler Confesses. I think I had one called that. Tyler Confesses. Ah, here we go. Tyler Confesses, and No Tyler at all. Let's try security. So that should come up with my stuff. Security confessors. What's Buzz Aldrin got to do with security? Apollo 11. Another documentary.
See how it's
Mainstream media.
compartmentalized. You're only going to get these videos what they want you to watch. They're not going to give you what you search for.
This is what normally happens, right? When people are looking. So, Tic Tac, what's that got to do with security? None of these have got anything to do with security. Oh, here we go. What's that one? The disappearance of security. And it's not even my video. Slightly sociable, but that's because he's got 5 million viewers, right? It's all big players. It's all favoured for the big channels, right? Security arrested and vanishes. Not mine. Tyler Cotner, what happens? Who cares? None of these ones would have a clue what happened to him. They would all be supporters of him. I like the Trent one upside down. Someone's trying to say it's a Trent one upside down here. How ridiculous.
It's a cockroach crawling over the F-18 Hornet's windscreen.
Yeah. In your case, it would be, yeah. Yeah. Oh, what's this one? Background music? No. Where's my videos? All my videos, it exposes them. Security even comes up before I do.
Type in cockroach crawling over GabberBeast's infrared camera.
So if we go back,
you might find something.
So what was the actual name I used? Let's just see. Let's just see. What was it? Where's the confession video? It was here somewhere. This one here, wasn't it? First confession of Tyler security team. See, mine should have come up, shouldn't it? So, confession of Tyler security team. We'll just try that one. That's a lot of words, though. It's not like anyone would type it in that order.
You're barred from the search bar. You're barred from the search bar. Barred.
There you go. It didn't come up. All those keywords are in it. I know, but all those keywords are in my title.
They've barred you from the search bar. You can type all your titles and your name of your channel. It's not going to come up. All that crap.
It's all the same. It's all the same ones again, isn't it? What's this one? No, same ones again. That's why I can't get any traction. You know, people don't know anything about Tyler because they don't repeat
You're hurting the ad revenue of YouTube by exposing the fraudster. Of course, they're going to block you.
Even Lions Ground gets there. So there's a confession there from Lions Ground 2 years ago, and mine is a fresh one. So why is the fresh content not showing up first? Here's another one. Astral Citizens. By the way, Lions Ground has renamed his channel back to Lions Ground by the looks of it, because it wasn't coming up with Astro Citizens anymore. Oh, here we go. It showed up.
You're at the bottom of the search bar.
Out there channel. How do I know how many episodes down was that? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. So I'm on 38 down. And you think if it's new and it has all those keywords in it, that should be at the top of the page, because that's how searches should work. What if I put in quotes around it? Because I know it goes in that order. I can quote it. That should be at the top of the page now. And it is. At least that still works. And it's come up with my shorts, and now it's coming up with my stuff. But only because that all those words are in the sentence. But if someone, no one's going to type it in like that though. They're going to say confession of security, right? They're going to search for something. So I put Tyler in there just in case they put Tyler Klotner, you know, so it'd still come up, but it doesn't. There you go. Look, it doesn't put it at the top again. Anyway. So, just going back to Bit-chute. So I did the Trent one, the Guardian one. Was that the one next? No. Where's the Guardian one? Where's the Guardian disappeared to? Oh, that's weird. Guardian, where is it? No. Of course, this is another thing with the shorts. You can't choose the proper graphic you want. Oh, here we go, the Guardian one, and it hasn't even got the right graphic here. The Guardian one is a 100% combine harvester, right?
I think it's pretty reasonable, really, isn't it?
So the expert for that Unsolved Mystery guy was saying that his expert was saying that bright light there is brighter than anything that humans can make, which is a load of crap. If you type in combine harvesters, right, which I did on that live show.
What are you talking about? I got 1,000 lumen LED torch, and if I shine it on the concrete at night time, the reflection blinds me. The reflection of concrete blinds me at 1,000 lumens.
Yeah.
And you got like hundreds of thousands of lumens of floodlights. What's he talking about?
Video. I want images. Where's images?
People are experts on stuff that makes no sense.
Night. Okay, let's just see if it comes up. There you go. This is... Now, if you started filming combine harvesters working at night time and blurred it, you would have a Guardian video. You can see these machines are massive, and they have these big bright spotlights on, right? So I tried to find combine harvester for the year, what was it, 1996 or something? So I narrowed the search down for older harvesters, not current ones. And I found something like this one here. It looks very much like the Guardian video. So for these ones don't have the flashing red light going. I think they only turn that on when they're stopped. And what they do is they have a truck next to them. That then it comes up to them and they just offload it into a truck. And the truck drives away. Or they have several trucks there and they just rotate them around in a circle, right? But you can see these have very bright spotlights because they work in the night time. And so I did all searches while they work in the night time, blah blah blah. I can't remember what the answers was now. But there's a reason why they do harvesting at night time. And you can see they always have 1 to 3 trucks with them, so they can offload the grain, and they also have a fire truck. But apparently, when the combine harvesters actually can start fires in the grain, right? As you know, grain is quite explosive, like gunpowder. But yeah, compare that to the Guardian footage, blur it out, and then you got bingo, a match. So this is what I did here. I took the blades of a combine harvester and started looking down where I enhanced the footage, and I could see lines in the footage, right,
Those key
of where the blades were, and it matched up completely.
We're not.
So that's a little clip there just to get people interested in having a look at the full breakdown, because you can't do it in a minute clip, right? So I got it's got some hate from that, some unsubs for that, got some unsubs for the Trent one. You'd think people would be subscribing to you because they want to know the truth, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Then I put up a clip from my Predator one where Bruce Maccabee was saying that his wife saw the Predator jump from tree to tree and claimed he had a photograph, and I analysed the photograph to find it was a BlackBerry phone firmware bug where it corrupts on the SD card. At the time, Bruce wouldn't have found the information online because the internet was fairly early back then in the 90s, so I don't blame him not finding information. So I gave him the link to my breakdown of it, and he didn't reply back on it, but he did actually come on the show after that to have a live discussion with us, me and Rob. So, and he did offer a lot of his old paperwork on his cases, and I said, oh yeah, thanks a lot, but I don't need it. All his papers are all full of mathematics and craziness, and that's not really for me. So there's two types of people. There's people like Bruce Maccabee that likes all the physics and maths, and there's people like me that work on signatures and pattern matching. So if you can get two people that debunk the same thing but using different methods, that just adds to the conclusion of that case, right? And in this field, you need to be a good pattern matcher, really. You need to be able to enhance videos and see key features that you didn't see initially and all that sort of stuff. And you need to see how it's moving through the sky and all that. So this is another one. This John L. Walson guy that worked with the Scammelia guy. And we know that Scammelia, whatever his name was, Josie, was it? With the Rods movie, that he got sort of torn to bits about that being camera artifacts. But I wasn't entirely convinced that the rods were camera artifacts, because they always said that he had his cameras on high frame rates. But when History Channel did it, they didn't use the same camera settings, and it was a really terrible debunk exposing them. But anyway, he apparently got in contact with this Walson guy and made a documentary about deep space craft. And I didn't think too much of it. I thought, well, it's all blurry, out of focus crap, and but it turned out that Scammelia didn't actually pay the guy his percentage of the movie cut, and took him to court and all that sort of business. But anyway, I analysed it, and one is clearly a satellite moving through the sky, and the other one is clearly the International Space Station. So he was filming it when it was gradually being added to, and of course the shape was changing every month or every 6 months, because it took them a wee while to send up bits and pieces with rockets to attach to it. So they did that by making it so the Russians' craft could actually connect to the Americans, and then they could use and then make it permanently in place and make a space station out of it all, which is kind of a clever idea. Instead of creating a lot of space junk, it would be good if you could actually do the rest of the rockets as well, to build a space station out of it, but they could only do certain parts from the rockets, like the commands module and all that sort of business. Yeah, so people didn't like that one either. The Predator one they didn't like, as you can see, and they certainly didn't like me telling the truth about Phil Schneider. They got a few unsubs. So I call these people snowflakes. They can't accept the truth. They said, "Oh, do you actually believe the FBI?" I said, "Well, no, but in this case, the FBI report actually matched what his friend was saying that used to live with him. I'm pretty sure he wasn't part of the FBI." And other people have always said the same thing. You know, other people have come out and said the same thing. In fact, those people come out before the FBI report was actually released. So, yeah. I think anyone, if they want to go and delve into records, they probably could. I'm not sure if you're allowed to get private records after someone's died. But yeah, the reason the FBI was interested in wasn't because he was into UFOs and aliens. It was apparently because he had nuclear stuff on him that he was passing around at presentations, radioactive stuff. But yeah, what's that guy say here? It's one of the
investigation
clips.
in Oregon State, because Schneider claimed to be attempting to build a nuclear device and had radioactive material. And I quote from the FBI document, quote, "Schneider was a former patient at Damisch State Hospital, Wilsonville, Oregon, from July 1968 to January of 1969. While at the state psychiatric hospital, Schneider was characterized as having schizophrenia. Under stress, Schneider would mutilate himself for self-attention and had amputated 2 fingers and a thumb." Now, Schneider's uncle was a surgeon and a physician. His name was Leo Schneider, MD. The FBI talked to Phil Schneider's uncle regarding Phil's possession of radioactive material. And apparently Phil gave his uncle 2 chunks of radioactive material. So his uncle gave it to the FBI.
So there you go, guys. And yet people don't like that clip. Stupid, really. And this is someone else, you know. His uncle can confirm that he's been in hospital. Just go and interview him if he's still alive. But his flatmate.
Imagine my surprise to find that there was a cult of Phil Schneider, who I knew very well in 1977, though
That is
1980.
funny, though.
Okay. See what
Where's
he has to
Gabber gone?
say.
Here.
Not talking very much.
I moved to Portland, Oregon in 1977, unemployed and very short on funds. I moved into a very cheap rooming house shortly after I moved in. Phil Schneider moved in. It didn't take me very long at all to realize that he was a liar. And I thought he was mentally ill. His missing fingers. He told me that he had lost them when he was working in Eastern Oregon as a lineman when he had some sort of mishap on a pole. Frankly, I no longer recall the details. It has been nearly 40 years. His chest wound. I took him to the hospital.
His chest wound, not wound.
To know on Google. Imagine my surprise to find that there was a cult of Phil.
So there's a cult of Corey Goode too, as we found out. And David Wilcock. So how many cults are there? There's Billy Meyer, Phil Schneider, Corey Goode, David Wilcock. Who else? A cult of Tyler Klockner, security. There's a cult of Goofon, and there's a cult of Third Phase of the Moon, cult of Dr. Greer, cult of Lou. The list goes on, people, and they're all conning you, and they're making lots of money out of you. There's probably a few that I haven't got off the top of my head here. But anyway, Hey Ricky, how's it going? I would recommend the Wednesday series. What's that? I got in trouble for wearing hats. Okay, that was the old stuff. So yeah, so I'm making these clips for short attention span, right? And just giving the key things of people. And yeah, so much for shorts getting out there. They get less views than anything, unless it's a product review or the dog videos, you know, that they get few views. But it's just ridiculous, really. Music one, 200, but yeah, anything to do with aliens, UFOs. Clock one here, clock repair even got 33, it's still pretty low. Gabber's AI art, because it's got alien in it, only got 12 views.
What?
And
my AI art in China gets thousands of views. You're in the wrong country. You're in the wrong country.
Well, we're in Google land.
There's no suppression in China. Like, sure enough, it's communist run, but like they don't suppress UFO stuff. They're like
my repairing of a RGB keyboards got 812 views, so that's more like it, you know. It's just ridiculous. Truth on Goofon only got 14 views. It's a waste of time, really. But I'll probably put up a few more, you know. I've put clips from some of my best episodes about the underground base here and whatnot. So that's all of them. Still adding to it, though. But without them, at least I'm getting some traffic now. But if you go to Social Blade, you can see that they keep disconnecting my account from it. So Social Blade doesn't keep a proper check on things. Out there. So you'll see what I mean when I bring it up. So it's a long name, but it's easy to remember. I've probably got a typo in it, have I? Yeah, I got a P. One day I might get an eye operation for my cataracts in the left eye, and that will help me see. At the moment, the left eye is 2 objects, ghost, and it's got a ghost in. Makes it, unless I close one eye, and the other eye is slightly blurry today because it's doing all the work, and 2 bad eyes doesn't help. So it finally found me.
My AI picture's got like 2,500 views in China.
Yeah, so you can see here when I started adding up the shorts, you can see I went from 20 views a day to 150, 200, 150, 80. But what's this one here? Totally blank. And you can see it just uses the total from yesterday. But that day would have had like 1,000 views, and it didn't add it on, right? And if you keep on going down here, another blank. What's that about? Again, that would have been like 1,000 views there, and it's not added it on. I got almost 2,000 that day from that one what I did with the sky watching review with the Sony camera. And you can see it's with the shorts I'm getting not least 100 views, but we're getting up there on average. So the shorts do help, but as long as they're not UFOs, aliens or ghosts. So that sort of cripples your own channel, really. So you got to do other stuff, which like personal stuff like dog and electronic repair or electronic reviews and products bought from AliExpress reviews, because they're the ones that Google promote. But anyway, combine harvester. Anyway, I sent that to that Unsolved Mysteries guy on Twitter. 0 replies. So I sent him the email to his AOL. Who uses AOL, American Online nowadays? Such a scum company. He made the excuse he's got millions of emails here, so why don't he migrate them then? You know, I don't know how to do that. So the Cabby is saying it's like he's the best guy I know on UFOs. He influenced my childhood. Yeah, unfortunately, what he's told you, Cambion, is everything that he's showing you there that's got no proof that it's man-made is lies, because I can prove it. So, yeah, why isn't he not watching me and learning like everybody should be? So, yeah, back to Bit-chute comments here. Talking about snowflakes, right? This guy here. You given absolutely no context here, and yet you are trying to debunk. No idea where you got your photos. What the hell are you looking at? Nothing. Don't be an idiot. Well, he's the idiot because I said in the description, matching the Trent photo to prove it was a prank using a truck mirror that got out of hand, and so still the most famous hoax of all time that still fools top talking heads in the field. See full episode here. And the guy unsubbed, and I said again, watch the full episode. This is just a clip highlight and is 100% debunked. My findings matched other researchers. So I wasn't the only one that looked at the Trent footage, right? I mean, was it the Trent one? Yeah, that was the Trent one, yeah. And then I said, if you keep insulting me, I will mute you here. Because you can see now we got mute, and you can actually flag it and block it and all sorts as well. When you're logged in, it gives you more options. So yeah, what can you do with people like that, you know? And he attacked me also on another one. He didn't learn. Exactly the same, right? This one here, the Guardian one, I think it got him upset. All these people like their certain UFO cases, and if you try and debunk it, I'm going to do the Turkey one next. You know, Dr. Lear one, which I solved.
Dr. Lear?
Dr. Lear was the implant specialist, that surgeon.
Implant specialist?
Yeah. Everybody knows Dr. Lear. He's dead now.
I've seen his name, but like I don't pay attention to some people because I watch them talk for like 5 seconds and I think they're bullshit, and I just like change the video, you know, like.
I wasn't on that.
I don't have the attention span to listen to BS. Some people can.
No, Dr. Lear was okay, but he got fooled by the Turkey UFO event as well, by the hoaxer.
Turkey UFO event.
Yeah, because the hoaxer, he was filming it while he was standing next to him, but he didn't know how the hoaxer was doing it. The hoaxer had a telephoto extender, and as you know, that clips onto your normal lens. And if you don't have the right fit, it wobbles around. And of course, you know your optics, if they're slightly out, you film the inside edge of your lens. And that's what the guy was doing. He was filming the inside lip of the lens, but he had a different make, and the different make had different holes. And so the holes that you see in the Turkish video are actually the holes inside the lens. And of course, the way he cropped it with, you know, because the sensor crops it to rectangle shape, you see it as a like a curved top, but the bottom is cut off. And yeah, I proved that by overlaying the lens inside with the UFO, and you can see how it matches up. Although I couldn't find the right model number because it's a really old video, and there wasn't no one's actually taken photographs of the inside of the lens, which makes it a wee bit harder. But yeah, so I think he did say something on other ones here too. But yeah, you can see here that Bit-chute actually does very well, considering it hasn't got the same amount of subscribers. You can see it's got 300,000 and plus. And if you go to Social Blade, you'll see when you I haven't got it up now. If you go to Social Blade, that tell you it's got 216,000 views, but that's over 7 years, and this is only in 3 years and 10 months that I joined, and it's already overtaken it by about 100,000 views. So Bit-chute is natural. You see, everything's coming in as natural. So, you know, as you know, people don't sub to people that debunk their favourite episodes, especially Tyler Clock.
You made any money on Bit-chute yet?
No, zero money on Bit-chute. That's why people don't use Bit-chute and alt media, because you don't make any money on it unless people donate to you.
It's a bit hard to get someone to donate.
Yeah,
I
it
get
is.
donations on my Bilibili channel in China, but like the Chinese yens are not worth anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're donating pennies.
Yeah.
But like, you know, someone donates some pennies,
hey,
you're gonna be like, oh, thanks for
Shogun.
the donation. Hey,
Do you wanna
Shogun, how are you, mate?
Do you want to come on side chat and talk about your sightings today? Since you're here.
Shogun got sightings.
Yeah, he's got stories. I think he hasn't got any evidence, I don't think.
We'd love to hear his stories. We love sighting stories.
Jay,
I know you don't. You love
Jay.
sighting stories just as much as you love a little dot in the sky picture.
Yeah, I just love you. I just love watching your dots. Sightings. There's sightings here. What's that? I mean, 18 wheels. I was thinking you're talking about 18 wheels. Yes,
you want to
sightings.
see something? I saw a light in the sky. It's probably a satellite. I don't know. I haven't even bothered to check the satellite app. But like, do you want to see how difficult it is to try to line it up with the P1000? You want to see me struggling trying to zoom in on this satellite?
Maybe not right now. I have just
like a
let me
2-minute video. It's just something funny to
yeah, we can have a look
time
at it.
go past.
We need to get thing on the side chat if he wants to, but you need to. Let me see. I think you're on smartphone there, aren't you? Or tablet. I'm not too sure if you've got a tablet or not. But yeah, you need to download Jitsi, and you need to say add room. This one here to it, and then you can join Gabber on the side. But if you're on a Windows PC or laptop, you can just load this link into your browser, Chrome or Firefox, or you know, as long as it's the latest one, and you can join them on the side. And no account needed, or passwords or email. Just click and in you go. Anyway, it's there if you want to join. So yeah, I was relaxing the other night, and UFObro come on. I thought he was going to talk about the episode, but he hasn't even watched it by the looks of it. And he kept talking about how much money he was making. I thought, this is weird chat. was he not talking about UFOs or stuff we missed in the video, right? I was trying to get him to say, oh, when you're on next and all that. And he's saying he owns 2 houses and he's earning $80 an hour. Yet he's never donated to me. And then I tell him, oh, this is not private here. Go to my personal room or thing. And he starts attacking me with wrong information. So I just want to go over that. I don't know what his game was. Whether he's trying to set me up with his video or just find a way to befriend me before he starts insulting me in public or what. I don't know. So, yeah, where was he talking about here? Paul, I was born in 1973, and I said to him, I was born in the 60s, and that's all I'm going to say. Because of ID theft, you don't give people your date of birth, do you? And then he went on about
your date of birth. They'll take
so I told him this
name.
room's not. Yeah, I told him this room's not private, and to jump into the other ones, because a lobby is where anyone joins, comes in first, right? And then he says, you, me, I'm UFObro, and everyone on YouTube will verify my connection to the site is via YouTube. That's why my UFObro YouTube logo comes up. Well, I couldn't find him on YouTube. But anyway,
Right, click on his name and click profile.
not there, mate. He hasn't added it.
Why hasn't he added his YouTube there? It should have his YouTube link. You got to
Yeah,
type his link in, or
Yeah, I know. He hasn't put anything there. Oh, sorry, I clicked
it's a bit slack.
clicked the wrong button. So where's that one? How do we get rid of that again? Oh, we just click on it. It hasn't got a cross on it. Anyway, he comes down here to my room and basically ruins my night for me.
How did
So I
you
was
ruin your night?
By attacking me. So let's just go through what he said here, because this is what I call being a hypocrite in ufology, because you don't make claims about someone if you haven't got all the full facts, right? So in here I normally keep a track of my YouTube stats compared to alt media to see how bad YouTube limits me. And I made a little video putting all these together and showed Team YouTube. I said, look, how come all these have gone up 100 subs, but YouTube keeps keeping me around 2,500? And they didn't want to know. But, yeah, so here it goes. Hey, out of no disrespect, but your debunking is not good enough. It lacks evidence. It's all about your opinion. And I thought, oh, he's having a joke with me because I have lots of evidence and lots of episodes. And the only time I don't have solid evidence is when it's like a third phase video where they don't provide us enough information. And you can only do signatures, as I was saying before, and pattern matching.
But he says your debunk is not good enough, but you're not debunking. You're just truth searching. You're not even debunking.
Well, I'm doing debunking as well as providing real evidence as well. I'm doing a bit of everything, right? Because that's what a truther should be, you know. But he's saying, well, debunking's no good. So I thought, oh, how many videos has he watched? So I said, huh? Pattern matching is not opinion. So when you overlay a combine harvester with an enhanced image of a combine harvester and it sort of lines up with key points in the image, to me that's evidence, not opinion. If it didn't line up, then you still said it, I still think it's a harvester, then that would be opinion. But if you got key marks on an image like a balloon where it overlays exactly over top of the other one, That's evidence, right? And we did that in the last episode, right? And then he says, And I said, yeah, I'm too lazy to spend hours using flight apps and star maps on a live show. Because as you know, it takes a lot of time. You know that when you do your videos, when you're looking at the star maps afterwards, it takes a lot of time.
I've got to put the satellite map, the star map, the plane map. It takes an hour or two out of my time.
Yeah, you can't do that on a live show unless you got it pre-prepped and all that sort of stuff. But experiences does count, I said, and a history of being correct. Signatures aren't opinion. So, like I said, when I look at a video, I point out all the signatures, how it's moving in the sky, is it spinning around, is it changing shape, and all that sort of stuff, and whereabouts it is on the map location, whether it's near the coast where you get crazy winds, is it in valley, over mountain ranges where you get crazy wind changes. And he said down here, well, dude, if you want to debunk, you have to bring evidence. Again, he's not listening to the table and not speculate. I said, what the hell are you talking about? Which video you talk about? Defending Goofon and Thursday? Surely not. Because I was starting to wonder about what his motive was. Was he working for one of those other fraud channels to attack me in my own Discord so everybody was reading it? So I thought, that's really strange. After we spent probably an hour on his video the other time. No evidence, and on all your videos. He said all my videos. I asked him which video it was, and he says all my videos have got no evidence. Well, then I thought, well, he hasn't watched my channel. If that's what he thinks.
He just said he hasn't had time to watch the channel.
Whatever, dude, but you're wrong. I doubt you've watched everything. Need evidence. He's repeating evidence again. That's why MUFON wants to hire me, I guess. Because El Grey said he's been trying to get me to join MUFON for a long time, start a New Zealand chapter, because he knows I'm pretty good at this stuff. And he's used some of my analysis because he's done the same cases that I did online, and he's used them to get a jump start on his analysis on them. And he's used them to close it. So he's told me that. And I've actually got some snapshots of him actually saying that as well. Well, the MUFON, I said, they have back up my opinion. See, you haven't watched my shows still. Before pointing, you need to watch it all. Dude, your shows and now you are backing up MUFON leads me to I don't trust you no more. Try to fault my evidence on this one. I use the apps, and here's the one of another member that wanted me to look at this light moving across the sky, and it turned out to be International Space Station because I used the apps in that one. And I think I spent an hour or so on it, but I had actually pre-prepped it. And I also verified it with NASA Cameraman's group, and they said it was an International Space Station as well, just to make sure I didn't have any mistakes. So that's what a good researcher does, you know. Sometimes you ask for a second opinion, see if they come up with the same conclusion. And at first I made a mistake with UTC. You know, the UTC can get you sometimes. But in the end we sorted it out, and we all agreed it was an International Space Station, and it moved across the sky in 2 minutes, which is typical of International Space Station. So yeah, he hasn't watched that one, and we provide solid evidence. I stuck it in video editor and adjusted the brightness and stuff, and you could actually see the panels square panels on the space station, oddly enough. And I said, well, that sort of lines up with what the space station looks like as well. And to me, that's all evidence. And then I looked at the STS-48 one, and fault me on this one, as you said, all. And that one there is a really solid debunk where I have so much evidence in it. How the engine's fired, and you can see this. People don't see it unless you do path analysis. You don't actually see the stars moving in the background. So you know that the spacecraft was actually rotating after firing the thrusters and all that sort of stuff. You know it was blasting off ice crystals off the motors or the skin of the craft when it was doing it. So yeah, that's the one, the famous one with the so-called laser and rocket launch, right? You know I was working many away when you done this, making an honest living. So now he's saying that he's making an honest living and what I do is not an honest living. Well, that just proves that he doesn't know anything about me, right? Because I don't make anything from my channel. He doesn't even donate to it. No one donates to it. Hardly anyone donates to it. And what I get is only a few bucks out of it, you know. I don't make money out of this. I plough lots of my own money into it and put myself in debt even more and more, you know, and just to keep it going. I'm not some sort of third face or goof on that spends like half an hour thanking people and keep telling them to donate, because without your donations I can't exist. Well, that's the same for all our YouTube channels. Everything costs money, you know, the gear and all that sort of stuff. You know, get the technology if you want to get evidence, see real evidence from our own cameras, you know. But anyway, we do that anyway, right? We buy our own cameras because we want to find the answers. And you're lucky that people like me actually put it out there without having to be embarrassed about it, to say, well, this is what I captured, what do you think? I think it's this and that. So I said, also learn about the real MUFON here. So everybody sees HQ as MUFON, but HQ is not the MUFON. It's people like Il Gray, that's a true investigator, boots on the ground, that goes out and interviews people, takes photographs and during the day and gets their story and pulls out all the meters and starts EMF meters and all that sort of stuff to collect real evidence, right, of their claims to see if they're liars or not. So there's nothing wrong with MUFON. There's people in MUFON like myself that are really clued up people, but they're not paid. They do it out their own pocket. Il pays for his own kits, and he's unpaid, and yet he's a chief investigator in MUFON. So what's that tell you? You know, it's only the people up the top of the tree that are getting money. They don't even have to. They don't even get petrol money, gas money, as they call it in America. So this is why I call someone like UFObro a hypocrite, right? And I said, look, if you ain't got time, how about my 6-minute episodes debunking? And of course, if you click on that, or I just open it, I'll just simulate clicking it here. I think I got about 37 cases that I did that were like 6 minutes or not, or up to 20 minutes, not very long. Bit like Tyler and some of the other shows that were doing small clips debunking, and they're full of evidence. All these are full of evidence. But yeah, it's quite a few there. And plus,
UFObro's videos.
I didn't bother with him because his videos were so appalling, so grainy, and so waste of time. So I just focused on the big players because he was actually a small player at the time anyway. But I added in other stuff there also to pad it out. You know, my Egyptian light bulb one and stuff like that. And it's full of research and evidence, these ones.
Channel doesn't even come up.
What doesn't come up?
On YouTube, you type UFObro, it doesn't come up.
No. I tried to search for UFObro and he doesn't come up. That's right. He said everybody knows his YouTube channel. Well, I don't.
Can't even find it.
See, that's not him, but it's another UFObro, unless he's got a different icon. But he said it has the same icon, didn't he? There you go. It's not even there, is it?
Oh, there it is. I found it. It's down the bottom. It's got 26 subscribers. What's he talking about?
Oh, there it is. All right, it is there.
I got more subscribers than him. And my YouTube channel is shit.
He hasn't got any videos.
No content. No content, no videos.
So how
What's he
can
going on about then?
Yeah, like that everybody knows his YouTube channel, that he can be verified. Psh.
What? Verified, there's no information.
Exactly. Nothing in the about tab
I'm
saying that
confused.
he's in.
And he's got a pot smoking alien as an icon, so he's a stoner. So he, like,
yeah, I think he was big mates with UFO Proof and maybe UFO Man Group. Both of those hate me.
everyone likes to smoke weed and like fascinate about little dots in the sky videos, fantasize that, you know, oh, look at this, man, this is amazing. Wow, let's smoke some more weed, man. Oh yeah, this is good stuff, bro. Whoa, it makes the UFO colourful now.
now he's saying, why are you sharing a video that old? I said, it's not a video, it's a playlist. You just saw me bring up the playlist, right? And
you've been sharing a video that old. People share videos from 1950s.
Yeah, exactly. But
people find evidence. Oh, look at this! I just found this sitting on the shelf collecting dust. This is from 1974. If it contains good information, people are going to upload it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what year it's from.
So I said here...
I don't understand people.
I said
These people
here...
are stoners. An alien with a joint coming out of his mouth. What do you expect from them?
Right. I said here it's a playlist, and you said all my videos, so you clearly not watched them. Cases is a playlist. See index. I don't do those short attention span ones anymore.
Be back in a minute.
Okay. And dude, if I had the time to watch all your videos, then I wouldn't be able to pay off my houses. Well, they're only 6-minute videos, and I always get peed off when people say they haven't got time to watch my stuff, because I've got chapters in my big episodes, right? And it's not like I do one of those every day. I do 1 or 2 a week, and they got all week to use the chapters and just watch one chapter every night or whatever before bed. There's no excuse for it, or they could just binge on the weekend watching. And I said excuses, or even live a good life. Let's see, I got a typo there. It should say plenty. Yeah, by then I was getting a wee bit pissed off with him. So I really don't want to really talk to him anymore. I've had enough of this guy already. I just see he's a troublemaker. Plenty time in the evenings, and now I do chapters. Makes it easy, and considering I do 1 or 2 shows max a week, so you got all week to watch. Anyhow, watching a show now. Yeah, stirring trouble. And now I was just trying to relax in my evening before bed, right? I wasn't feeling too good, and I had to put up with this. And I was just trying to help him. I was saying, well, okay, if you think I'm not showing evidence, well, tell me where I'm not showing evidence on this and this and this and this. And he didn't watch them because on Google you got live stats, right? And I can bring up the page. And I was watching to see if he clicked them, and he didn't. And the only clicks I got was me clicking on them. And I said at the end, I said, I'm back at Western Australia Monday, working as my priority. It pays the bills. So again, he's talking about his job all the time and money. He's obsessed with money, obviously. Don't get sick then, I said. I've been 50 years old in January and I haven't got sick yet. No COVID or whatever. Well, I know people that got COVID 3 times now and they've been vaccinated. So he's going to get COVID at some stage. I don't think I've got COVID yet, but I pretty much stay away from everybody at the moment. I haven't even been to the dog park because I've been too unwell with the medications I take, you know. And my eyes, I'm too scared to drive because I almost had an accident the other year, and it sort of put me off driving until my eyes get better, you know, because you can get sun blinded during the day. So I have to wear these special filter glasses, yellow ones. So yeah, I come back later. He didn't reply anymore, so I come back later. And I was a wee bit pissed off, and I wanted to set the record straight, and so that's why I'm talking about it here on the live show. Please do not troll me in my own channel and Discord, bro. You have shown yourself right up, and you did disrespect me, and now I have doubts about your motives here, and my side chats. Shame goes to all. So I tagged everybody so they could read that post going upwards, but I don't know if anyone did. I too had worked hard some shifts, work graveyards and 60-hour weeks. I was on good money even in New Zealand, because New Zealand is known as shit money, right? A job you could never do, UFObro, standing in front. Okay, I sort of got a typo there. It's funny how I don't see that at the time, but even now it's a bit hard to read that. Standing in front of uni students and training them, and also managing advanced tech systems as IT manager at the same time. I was doing 2 jobs. IT manager was involved with CAD/CAM students, the labs. I had to make sure they're all running. They're always breaking down or running out of memory, and whatever these students were, they're pushing it beyond the limits with CAD/CAM stuff. The computers were really gungy back then. I think the fastest speed we had there was DX66, if you remember those ones. And then Pentium come out and dual core, and then things got a bit better. I'm sure I could be shown how to drive a digger. So this guy's a digger operator, and of course they're in big demand at the moment, especially in New Zealand where we've had earthquakes and they're rebuilding the roads or making the roads better for tourists and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of developing in New Zealand at the moment, but it's all going to probably run out at some stage. And they'll probably start laying off people. But at the moment in Australia it's the same way, where they've had a lot of damage and fires and floods, and of course they're going to need diggers to repair everything. But once all that's done, it'll probably taper off again, right? But I'm pretty sure I could be trained to drive a digger, but because of my eyesight, I barely can get a car license. With my eye grade, I can't get a truck license or anything like that, so I can't do that anyway. But it doesn't mean I couldn't. I certainly got the brain capability of doing that. Yet you saw how much he struggled just to get Google Drive working and sharing his video to us for the live stream. To me, that was like a easy 5-second thing, right? I showed it live, me doing it. with my own videos. I have real-time stats, and no, you haven't watched my recommended videos. Here is one I doubt you even watched. Evidence is solid. Securing fake UFOs. So that's one. And it's one of my really old videos, which is pure evidence, and it proves beyond doubt that Security used his own voice, right? And to be told that I debunk with opinion is totally wrong. And of course that annoys me when people say lies about me, and that's the sort of crap that I got from Goofon. Goofon also hasn't watched any of my videos fully. In fact, he probably only watched like 5 minutes here and there, and you can't learn anything from watching 5 minutes. You got to watch a couple of hours. You got to watch everything, you know. This is why I put the key ones on the home page, and people should be watching the ones on the home page, because they're the ones I recommend people watch. Even if they're old, they can still learn quite a lot from it. But anyway, I just had to bring that up, and what I did in the end was I posted up a tweet and on Discord. How well do you know Paul off the Out There channel before attacking him and his work? And I put this little quiz together. So if you know me well, you should be able to answer all these questions, right? Know the person before you start attacking them, and that never happens in ufology, obviously. Yeah, it's terrible, really. But yeah, I didn't actually show him gloating about having 2 houses that are worth $1 million, and he's earning $80 an hour. But it was there. Those who are in Discord can read it, because he was quite happy to publish it in the lobby. What an idiot. Sin Energy. Is he a stoner? Well, there you go. Well, he's a half married guy from New Zealand, you know, and I'd expected better, you know, because we don't have many people from New Zealand and Australia here. And we had Stoner Girl. She got upset with Gabber, talking about weed, that he grew up with people smoking weed all around him, and it does affect their minds. Makes them crazy. That's what he said, and of course she laughed, and we never seen her again. But my phone won't let me download the app. It says it's harmful. No, it's not. It's not harmful. That's again censorship. That's what censorship Apple does, is it? Like they're trying to control Twitter and even all the agendas and motives out there. I really hate these companies making false claims about these people. They don't like Jitsi, right? They don't like Jitsi because it gets rid of the spy network in between. It's a peer-to-peer, uses peer-to-peer technology with the software on the app communicates with the software on my PC. That's how it works. There's no man in the middle, apart from ISP connections, right? There is a website that sort of connects people initially through the room, but it doesn't do anything with the traffic. It's just there as an organizer of people's names and IP addresses to better get them connect initially. But yeah, it's fully private, what goes in between the traffic. And of course the governments don't like that, and of course Apple's part of the FBI and CIA, and so is Google and Facebook and so on. Android. Well, there you go. Google. Again, Google is complete morons. And people need to vote for the right people in America to be able to get change, and they're not doing it because the Democrats like censorship. Let's see. Jitsi banned on Google. I haven't heard of it being banned before. Turn off Google surveillance on Meet Jitsi. Media doesn't work from Russia. Google blocked Jitsi app. A proven contacts plugin. I've got it here. That's still there. Jitsi Meet, where are you going to? Is that the one you're using? You can't get that link? Let me know. And you can see I can access it via the PC. Let me just try and install it on the phone here. See if it comes up in the search. Jitsi. Gabber was going to the toilet and it looks like someone's got him. Yeah, it comes up. It's got an install button here on this Android here. I'll do install. Pinned in. Let's see what it comes up with. 100% downloaded, installing. Well, it worked within a few seconds here. Open it. And I think this is Android 11 on here, so it's not exactly old. Enter room name. Where do we go from there? I guess you'd have to type in my name that I gave you on the list. And it will connect. Yeah, it's all working. What setting have you got on that I haven't then in that case? What was the error message? Says it's harmful. You don't. I'm doing it on the phone. Causes. Well, I've done mine on the phone. So I think you have to go into settings. Go to privacy and security and turn that crap off. Privacy. What else? Well, maybe it's actually on Google Play. Oh, hang on. I just got to quickly dash to the toilet too myself. I'm not sure where Gabber got to. I'll be back in a minute.
You there? Hello? Somewhere too.
Okay, we're back. Bladder filled up pretty quick for some reason. Yeah, I think if you go to Google Play Store and then go to the top icon on the right, and then you got Play Protect. If you go down, that's about 4 down, and turn that off, and I think you'll find it'll work. I think it says here somewhere. Gabber's back.
I'm back.
You didn't have any trouble installing Jitsi Meet on your smartphone, did you?
I haven't put it on the smartphone. I just put it on the browser.
Yeah, no, we're proper people that have laptops, but most people are now using only smartphones. How do we turn it off?
There's a browser on a smartphone. I don't understand.
Settings.
Why don't people use a browser on their smartphone?
No, you can't. It's a cut down browser. No, it's a cut down Google Chrome or whatever on there. Doesn't work the same way the desktop one does. It's shit, basically.
Fair enough.
General account preferences, notifications. I've seen it here somewhere. Security. I think it's in Google App Permissions. There we go. So you go to Play Protect, and up the corner there is a cog, and then you got little switches. Scan apps with Play Protect and improve harmful app detection. Permissions for unused apps. Maybe they're the ones, but mine's turned on here, so mine installed okay. But it might be a thing to try, turn off. He's getting the message that it's harmful, but why would it install on mine, not his? That's kind of weird. Don't know if I can show you the screen or not. Anyway, I'm not sure how we can get around it. There might be some instructions or pictures here. Let's see what we can find. Google Play says won't download. Harmful. We should be able to turn that off. Pricks functions downloading apps. What's that say? Try these steps below. Why is Google not letting me download? If your device is low on space, it can stop apps downloading. No, it's not that. How can I get rid of Google Play Protect warning? And there we go. Tap play, turn, scan apps with Play Protect off. Yeah, I think it's different though on different phones. When was that added? It runs a safety check, it checks the device, potential harmful apps. It's kind of stupid. It should say this, we can't download this app because it's harmful. Do you want to continue? And you should say yes. But they don't offer you that one. I hate the ones that say it's not compatible with your device when it used to be a week before, or the day before, right? And there's no option to say ignore, carry on anyway. And that's really stupid. And that is like deep state 1984 right there. Apart from that, I don't know. Mine works on that one, and I haven't tried the other phones on different Androids, but versions. Did I paste the link to it? I think that's a bit old though. I think they've changed the location. I found this problem be with Google Help before. Will not load or download apps.
Wouldn't it be easier if they just jump on Discord and you can stream the Discord voice? The Discord voice is audio codec.
Yeah, that's another thing I have to run though. Yeah, I could do that. But it would be better to get Jitsi on, because then he can share screen and show images if he wants to.
If they're on their phone. It depends if they've got images on their phone.
The thing is, Discord is man in the middle stuff, so they can listen in.
China Tencent owns Discord. Everything that's on Discord is like on their servers. They've got a whole library on you.
Anyway, I was going to read out the quiz. If you can answer this quiz, then you actually have watched my stuff and know me. How well do you know Paul? Answer all these correctly, then proves you have been watching him and learning. If you can't answer all of them, then you have zero right to attack me with falsehoods. I should say attack Paul with falsehoods. I should have kept it unpersonal. If you don't watch my stuff, and even the shorts or 5-minute episodes, it makes you the clown and hater who's here to cause trouble. So the question is, why did Paul start his UFO channel? So if you've been around for a while, I've mentioned this a few times in live shows, why I started my channel. What was the reason behind it? Second one, what quals and work history has Paul? What is Paul's dog's name? Now, everybody should know that one. There's no, you could even look it up, you know, on the shorts. What experiences has Paul had with UFOs? What experiences has Paul had with aliens? What experiences has Paul with paranormal? What medical condition has Paul? Why did people lose his career in IT? And I told you that a few episodes back, even repeated it again. Did Paul debunk Tyler with solid evidence as a fraud? Did Paul expose third phase as hoaxes? Did Paul expose Goofon as a fraud and liar? What is the halo around UAP objects? So if you can answer all those, we know you watched the live stream, at least some of it. But yeah, that goes to everybody. Anybody out there that's attacking me. So that's the hypocrites and snowflakes talked about with again. And I think finally the clouds might have parted enough to see the sky again. Let's have a look. It's been raining and overcast for a few days. Let's have a look what's going on outside. Oh no, it's still overcast. Yet it's actually quite sunny. That sun's coming through the cloud here, and it's quite illuminated out the window here, but it's not showing up on camera here very well. So there must be a slight gap in the clouds there where it's letting some light come down. But yeah, it was terrible. All this lens had water droplets on it. I did actually do a screen snapshot of it. Shogun. I changed settings to download anyway, but it still won't let me download. What Android version you got on that, Shogun? Let's see. I think you can find an alternative download site that will allow you to do it, but you got to turn off unknown sources in the settings and allow unknown sources to work. I think there's alternative to Google Play. This is what happens because Google bans useful apps because they don't like it. For their own reasons, not for real reasons, to Google Play. Let's see. There's quite a few of them. What app can replace Google Play Store, which they recommend? F-Droid. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Alternate Android app stores. Of course, you have to load this in a browser, right? So what they got here? Slide Me, a long-term player. I wonder if it's still around. Amazon App Store, One Mobile Market. I think I've used that one before. Galaxy Apps. Yeah, I don't like the selection. There's got to be some better ones out there. Let's see, download APK Jitsi Meet. So this is the thing that's going to happen with Twitter too. If Apple bans it, then it's going to have to set up a website where people can download it directly from the website instead and side load it on their phones to bypass the censorship, right? Well, it's come up on Google Play again. AppPure, that's the one I use. Let's see if I can give you that link there. That will let you download it for sure. Download it. So that downloads it into your download file, and then you click on it to install it. But you got to enable unknown sources because it's not coming through the Play Store, right? There you go, try that link. I might just put that link in the help file actually, in case others have the same problem. Macintosh, I'm not sure if there's an alternative to that one though. Yeah, that's another thing of UFObro. He's a Mac user. And here's some cheek to attack me. Normally Mac users are zero clues about computer technology, right? Because that's why the Mac was so popular. It was made for stupid people, really. Well, Windows, you had to have a bit of clues about you. Had to install drivers and stuff. Which I like. That's the best thing I like about Windows is how they supported the drivers. It made it easier than Unix and Linux. Linux, this is a right mess when you want to do driver updates and stuff. Sure, it's nice and easy programs, but it was very limited on programs. That's another reason I didn't like Macintosh Mac stuff. It was very limited on software and open source. It was all expensive, you know. and basically a PC was open. You could make any circuit board in a lab at university and just bug it into a bus on the PC and write the software on the PC and start talking with the device that you just made. You can't do that with the Macintosh too well. They did open it up a wee bit more in future builds where they had other peripherals attached to it where you could do that sort of stuff. Mostly with music side of things, right? That's one thing Mac was superior on, was music software, but I think now the stuff available on Windows is just as good, if not better. So yeah, see if you can download that anyway. And unknown sources setting, I need to find out unknown sources for you. See, they had that setting put in because there could be hackers that could modify an APK file to have malware, and you could download it from a web page that's not recommended unless it's one that's well known. APK Pure is a well known one that's been safe. So it talks about here, go into security, check the option unknown sources. So we just grab that one there. See what it says on that page. Has it actually got any snapshots? No, that's no good. We want one that's got snapshots for unknown. Samsung, here we go. That would have it, wouldn't it? No. Samsung modify Android too. That's what I don't like about Samsung. They don't keep the generic Android interface. They add all their other crap on. Slows it down. Has that one got some snapshots? Sort of has. And you normally get message when you try and install it like this. For security of your phone, it's not allowed to install unknown apps from the source. But you didn't say it was given that message, right? So they're talking about 4, 5, and 6, and 7, but now we're up to 14, is it? I don't know. It goes so fast. But it's in roughly the same place under security anyway. Anyway, I'm not sure if you're following along. But we can get you on now to talk about your stuff if you want to. So it would be good if you could get it working. You know about unknown sources, don't you, Gabber, on your phone?
You got to go. Oh, it's a pain, but they make it so hard to change it.
Not unknown sources. They haven't.
You got to put it in like developer mode or something, so you can allow apps from unknown sources.
Yeah, I normally turn on the developer mode anyway, because it's very handy. You just go into About and tap 7 times on build number, right? And there's a secret entrance, right? It's stupid, really. Like, it should have an option in the settings to allow super user, right? It should say, warning, this may void your warranty. Do you wish to continue? And you should be able to give the option and say, yes, I want super user rights.
They don't want us to have super user because then they can't control our phone. It's all about controlling your phone.
Yeah.
Like the apps that are pre-installed on the phone, you can't delete them. You can't uninstall them unless you brick your phone and you hack your phone and you put root user on there so that you can uninstall all the apps, because the apps will magically reinstall themselves because you're not root user. You're not the admin user from standard.
Yeah.
It's a scam. It's all a scam. Steal your information.
Yeah, I know. It's really annoying, isn't it?
Brick the phone, but it's.
But you
really
got to
hard
remember,
to
Android is running on top of Unix, right? A cut down version of it, anyway.
So you can Linux patch it and drop a patch in it and ROM flash it, and then you've got full super root user.
I forgot to type up my side things anyway. I might do that now while we're waiting. Forgot to put the pinned comment up. That's what happens when you don't feel 100%, you know, your brain's not with it either. What's the room of the name? I just closed it down. Can you not scroll up and get it? I'll get it for you in a minute. How? Let me just post this up while I got this one up. It looks like he's working around Google, working around censorship. That one's done now. Okay, let me just get the room name. There you go. So I'm not sure if you can copy and paste that. Save you typing it, but not sure if it's case sensitive or not. I can't remember. And I think if you open up the link in the browser, it automatically opens up the app now as well. So you could do that too, I think. But I haven't tested it. Yeah, we normally do this before the show, right? Setting up people. Sometimes people do it within a few seconds, no problem. Bang, straight in. Especially if you're on a PC or a laptop with Chrome on it. Just comes straight in, just allow mic. If you don't want the camera to be shown, maybe just put a bit of tape over the lens. Or just hold your thumb over the lens and then tap off, turn off the video camera if you don't want to be on camera. Give yourself a proper name when you join the room. It normally asks you for the room name and what name you want to join as. So Gabber puts Gabber in and he gets the letter G, so it always chooses the first letter for some reason. So in your case it would be S. So you can use the same name. You don't need to make a count or anything, you'll be straight in. And we'll hear you join. Yeah, you're younger than me though, aren't you? Sorry, I'm an old foggy technophobe. So you might be these, you can't be worse than UFObro, surely. Yeah. See, I don't mind debating people. I just don't like when people attack me with false claims, you know. Oh, all your debunks got no evidence. Well, that's not true. And that's a sort of a shill comment from people like Blake Cousins and Goofon, sort of say. And UFO man. Oh, he doesn't show any evidence. It's a balloon. Well, it's no different to what Cuba did with the balloon one. He even showed you could count all the points on the star and turn the side view and showed the reflections, you know. That's all evidence, that's signatures. That matches up with the video. It's not an opinion at all when it's done like that. Why are we waiting? Money. Meantime, I'll just have a look. Secure team. Has he put up anything new? I don't think he has he? No. he's so lazy, isn't he? He's just such a bad grifter now. And I don't understand why people watch him, because it's just garbage. 240k views, you know, that's like another $1,000 in the pocket. He's probably got a lot more coming in though, not just the current video, but all the previous ones. So he's probably making more than $1,000 a week, right? Of course, it's paid out once it reaches over 100, and they pay it out each month. So you have to wait a month, right? Oh, hey, we got action. Third face. I'll just open up and sort out the. Yep, we can sort of hear you. Sort out the. We tried to find the microphone thing, didn't we? And we didn't have much luck with it. We tried to find the microphone. Yeah, just. Are you near the router? Are you near the router? Because it makes a hell of a difference. Your house Wi-Fi. Also, you have to mute.
Laptop.
Hey, we can hear you.
I've got a laptop, but the keyboard's broken. The cat spilled a drink on it. So, but it still works.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah. Have you got a scratch? Have you? Hang on. You got a scratchy mic on a cable there, or what?
What am I doing now? Sorry.
Your mic's going up and down on your shirt, and it's making a scratchy sound. That's right.
Let me put it down. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, that's better. Yep. Cool. You got it. So we got there in the end. Now, let me just.
Finally.
Oh.
Yeah. So time differences in the UK, do you know what I mean? Often, like, you know, I'm really interested, but I'm just exhausted, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right at the end of the day.
Yeah, you want me to do my midnight and your noon instead, which I do sometimes.
Mate, it's your channel, I understand, you know, you're doing the research, you know, you need to be fresh, you know, don't you? You need to be, it needs to be in the morning, really. You're going to start doing research and stuff. Use your brain.
Can you hit the video thing on yours to turn off the video so we get a avatar up instead?
Yeah.
Can you just turn off your video camera because we're just getting a blank screen here?
How do we do that? Is it on now?
It's on at the moment because we're getting a blank screen. So if you turn it off, we'll get the avatar up instead. Just tap on your camera icon.
Yeah.
No, that's on. No, you got it on. Tap it off.
Right, that's the front. I see that's the front camera to the phone.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, okay. You can do that if you want. I'm just trying to get. Where's Gabber gone?
I'm here.
I'm just wondering why I can't get.
Yeah. Sorry, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah, you're breaking up because you're moving around a bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're sort of breaking up for some reason. I'm not sure why it's so bad, because normally...
Is that better now?
Yeah, that's better. Maybe just put it on a charging stand or something, like I do. Have you got one of those caddies where you just slide it in?
Yeah, I think there's other things moving about. The phone's still now.
Yeah. So, yeah, you wanted to talk about UFOs, obviously.
Well, yeah. Hey, where's Metal tonight? How does he do that? How does Metal do that amazing thing on his face when he comes on? That's amazing, isn't it?
Metal?
What's he called? Metal Gaming? Is he a German kid or something? He's come on a few times. I've seen him in the chat. You remember Gabber? And he's got that amazing, like a reptile face effect on his face.
Oh, right.
Onto his face or something.
Yeah, you can get add-ons. Yeah, you can get add-ons.
Yeah, Metal Gaming. Isn't that amazing? That was
cool. That was a cool
Yeah,
effect.
Metal
I like how
Gaming.
he had the lizard face over his face with the webcam app. That was cool.
It was, wasn't it? Really cool. Yeah. Right. So for first stories, then, right? Here's the first one that got me into it. Okay. I never used to. I'll be honest with you. I'm 53 now, whatever. But when I was young, I was a total skeptic. I just, passed it all off as not nonsense. I believed that there's life in the universe, but I just thought, Brian Cox and science programs and Brian, and Tyson or whatever, DeGrasse Tyson, and I thought it's just too far. Life on other parts of the universe just can't get to us. You know what I mean? It's
those guys don't have those guys don't have a clue, unfortunately, on that sort of stuff.
That was my position at the time, anyway. 30 years ago, whatever. Yeah. So this was about the year 2000, something like that.
Yeah, I counteract those claims that if the Earth is like 5 billion years old and the universe is like 14 billion years, which I think is totally wrong, because now they're finding a lot more galaxies with the new James Webb telescope. That means the universe is a lot bigger, probably, and they're sort of scrambling about the Big Bang and all that being wrong now, and trying to fix all the holes in their theory because they don't want to let it go. But even if we've been around like 500 million years, say our planet's been around 500 million years, that's say that another alien planet's been around 1,000 million years. They've had 1,000 years to find this planet, 1,000 million years to find this planet. So, and they might be close by. They might be not so far away that they come from light years away, right? But even so,
anyway, that was my position. I just thought it was reasonable enough to assume, that anything flying about in our skies was probably like government stuff or high tech, private industry, whatever. Yeah, that was my assumption.
But you got to remember, though. That our Earth, we don't know 98% of what's in the sea, right? 98%. We've only explored the sea 2%, and 98 is still yet unexplored. We don't know what's down there. There could be other life forms down there that also has the same DNA or similar DNA, but they just branched off as Acra people instead, like the man from Atlantis. So who knows? The UFOs might be from this. Yeah, the man from Atlantis might be flying a saucer.
People with antennas on their head.
Well, I don't know about ant people, but I don't think ants can swim.
I was like
coral in the sea, coral bleaching. It's so sad that the damage that's been done to coral is they're finding cures and treatments for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, all in this coral, but yet we're killing it off at like an exponential rate. Do you know what I mean? And we don't even know what it can do yet.
How are we killing the coral?
We don't even know what. But
I think,
isn't it? It's been bleached.
Well, I think
because they complained about that like 2-3 years ago, how the Great Barrier Reef is disintegrating in Australia because of water temperatures rising in the ocean or something.
Yeah,
they tried to blame on global warming, but then all of a sudden all the coral grew back, and like all their theories went straight out the window. So like,
I think there was something like algae bloom. Algae bloom was responsible for some of it, and starfish.
Starfish and
I don't
algae
know
or
what you've
something.
been watching, Gabber, but I don't know what you've been watching there, Gabber, but the state of the coral, not just in the Great Barrier Reef, but right across the globe, is really, really bad. And as I say, there are cures being found in it for stuff. So I think, you know, whatever you believe about global warming, I think the preservation of the coral is, you know, immensely important. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's more related to pollution, you know, rather than temperature in this case, right?
But anyway,
But
we're all agreeing. We're all agreeing that basically life on this planet, we don't even know about that here. Do you know what I mean? We can't say what's at the bottom of the ocean. I mean, have you seen some of those life forms that you're seeing at the bottom of the ocean? You know, with the lights and stuff on them. Amazing, you know, like a mile down and stuff's still alive, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we've got so much to learn still. We don't know what's in the universe because we haven't explored it. We don't even know what's under the sea. You know, we don't even know what's under our noses still. And what cures could be found in the sea, you know, and all that sort of business.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. If you turn off your video, I think you get a bit more bandwidth for your voice because it's sort of doing something crazy there with the microphone. I think it works better if you put a headset on, you know, for listening, and then it gets rid of that echo cancellation nonsense that's happening there. Yeah, we can hear you, but if you listen back to the show later, you'll see it's very annoying. It's got robot.
Turned it off live. It's got it's a couple of 5 seconds behind or something.
Oh, the live stream's about 30 seconds behind, up to a minute behind.
Just let me look, see if I can find some Bluetooth headphones. That might be better, mightn't it?
Yeah. Well, any headphones that you can put on it, then it doesn't have to do the noise cancellation nonsense. Because if there's a slight delay, it doesn't work too well.
I'm having a look.
It's a bit better than Bruce Maccabee. He didn't have anything like that. I don't know if you ever watched our interview with Bruce Mac, but it was terrible. I had to turn it up to maximum volume and do all sorts of things with it, filter it. And last minute he found an old a desktop microphone, and of course he wasn't wearing a headset, and of course you could hear it feeding back sometimes. Yeah, a headset is a must for doing live shows. You know, I think Cambion says on his show, everybody must have headsets on.
That's not very good to me. If that's good for you, it's terrible for me.
You can't hear me?
Well, that's not going to work for me, guys.
Well, that sounds better. That sounds better for us.
Well, one sec. Well, that's really bad to me.
That sounds.
It sounds like he's talking in a toilet.
That sounds really bassy. Really, it sounds like he's inside a telephone booth.
I'll deal with that, guys. I have to turn that off. We'll just have to deal with it. Like I say, I'll get it sorted over Christmas so we can, you know, I can download it to a laptop properly. And
have you not got a proper? You know, you could just plug your headset in. So the microphone works on the phone, but don't they have
got a Bluetooth?
Doesn't the phone normally have a USB or a 3.5mm audio jack?
Yeah, it's got a jack. I just haven't got a lead.
You haven't got a headset?
No, I haven't got a headset, no.
I got a drawer full of... Yeah, I got a drawer full of those earbuds things from various devices over the year. I got loads of them.
I know, we've all gone Bluetooth now.
Bluetooth
like
sucks
I say,
because Yeah, Bluetooth sucks because of the low bandwidth it has on it. And it also suffers syncing problems, delay, you see. Where if your cable, it's just analog straight to the speakers on your head.
I'll have a look for one, but I don't think I've got one.
Yeah.
No, I've not got one, guys.
Even from a Walkman or a CD player, or didn't you have a Walkman? And what do you call? And what's the CD one called? Is that called a Walkman?
Sony Walkman. Yes, I am 53. Yes, I used to have a Sony Walkman.
Didn't have a big plug on it. They had little tiny jacks on it, right? But I know that some phones have the smaller jack, the 2.5 instead of the 3.
Yes, asks, does radiation from Fukushima reach Australia? I don't know, with the water currents from Japan, because it's...
Yeah, it goes
Japan's
worldwide.
up in the north. Yeah,
No,
it would go worldwide. The currents
goes worldwide.
would come down, and then the currents would go all the way across, and then we'll come up to America and South America. And
it follows the ring of fire pretty much. It goes around the
it goes all over the ocean. Yeah,
in fact,
don't go in the seawater.
In fact, the cloud of radiation drifted over New Zealand when it happened. My mate was moving houses, and he had this radiation burn that he didn't know it was a radiation burn. He said it was raining that day a little bit. It was spitting when he was moving some of the house.
Acid rain.
Yeah, well, he went to the doctor and he said you haven't been around radiation, have you? Because it looks like a radiation burn. And he actually gave him iodine pills to clear it up. And some cream, I think. Where's he gone?
Guys, I can't find one.
You sounded better then. What did you do?
No, I can't find one. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound all right at the moment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Well,
what did you do? It sounds better.
Yeah, let's just stick. I'll just pick the phone up.
I think
let's just
maybe.
Stick to this for now. Like I say, I'll get something sorted over Christmas so we can talk.
If you move
in
close to your Wi-Fi router as close as you can, that will improve the signal too. I think, but I think it might be audio that's the problem here.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not far away from it. I'm not in front of it.
Right. Okay. Well, that's the best you can do then. Yeah. Just carry on talking then. Yeah. There's like a 2-second delay between us talking, so we sort of talk over each other because that's pretty annoying. But we'll let you talk, and I won't say anything, so we can hear you.
I understand. Let's be patient.
So the microphone's all yours now. So what were you saying about?
No problem.
You're talking about scientists as how you learned about UFOs, was it, or you didn't actually trust the opinion?
No. So anyway, I used to know this guy who believed in all UFOs and all this stuff. I used to be really mean to him, and I had other friends, and I'd say, "Oh, don't say anything. I'm going to invite this friend round." You know, we basically took the mick out of him. You know, because he had such far out ideas.
Yeah.
You know, I was a real skeptic. Was a real skeptic. But then I think for my cynicism, you know, I was rewarded with quite a vivid sighting. So it was in Manchester, not far away from the city centre. Like I say, it's 30 years ago. I went into a flat to see somebody on the first floor, and it's getting late evening. It's not pitch black, but it's getting dark. And as I walked up to the first floor, their blinds are open. It looks straight out into the sky. And as I'm walking down the hall towards the room, I see something moving across the sky. But it was like really near, like less than, you know, a mile. So it was but it was big, you know, and it looked like to me it looked like a missile. My first thoughts were like, you know, thinking geopolitically, like, you know, what's going on, like, you know, war, like what is it? Because just assuming it was missile, and at the time I'd never heard of the so-called cigar-shaped UFO. I'd never heard of any of this nonsense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I just saw it, and then there was 3 or 4 witnesses in the room, but 2 people had sat with the back to me. Yeah. And as I walked in, I said to them, wow, what the fuck's that? And they turned around and were like, yeah. So now we're all at the window looking at it. And as I say, it's cylindrical. It's maybe about the length of the plane, maybe a little bit smaller. But it's that near to me, I can see that it's cylindrical. Yeah. Yeah. You know, the hairs on the back of my neck were stood up. Well, yeah. You know, we were all amazed at that. And I you know, put my nose up to the window and I watched it disappear, maybe about faster than a plane, but not faster than orbs I've seen moving. But maybe about 600-700 miles an hour, something like that.
So it couldn't have been a solar balloon? Couldn't have been a solar balloon because it was moving too fast?
Sorry, what was that?
You sure it couldn't have been a solar tube balloon that you saw? Because it was moving too fast. Is that what you're saying?
No. I mean, no. It wasn't moving fast enough that I couldn't see it clearly. That's what I'm saying. It was that near. I could see that it was cylindrical. It was amazing. Yeah. It took maybe about 20 seconds for me to first see it walking in, to alerting the other witnesses, and just all looking at the window and watching it disappear.
What colour was it?
As I say, it was like, it looked like a missile, so grey, kind of metallic. Right.
So I'm not sure if that would be a solar tube balloon if it's grey, but some of these black ones do look metallic, I guess, on the screen here.
That's just so far off what it was. That's what I mean. I'm lucky enough that it was near to me. If it had been any higher in the sky or further away, and then I could have put it down to something like this. But it was that near to me, and you know, it was silent. It was rapid. You know, it was technology. It wasn't a balloon or a kite or anything propelled by the wind.
What colour was the light, Shogun?
What colour was what?
What colour was the cigar shape?
Yeah, it was metallic.
Metallic.
Yeah, metallic.
So there was no,
like I said, what was amazing
there was no light around it? There was no light around it or any lights on it?
No, there was no lights on it.
Just a metallic cylindrical cigar shape.
Like I say, at the time, I'd never heard of this so-called cigar shape, and I kept this to myself, only to the people who were in the flat, the other witnesses. That was the only people who were talked to it about. I didn't tell anybody else. And then years, like 10 years, 15 years later, I told my brother about the experience, and he goes, "Oh, hang on a minute, popped up something on, you know, third phase of the moon, some cigar-shaped craft on there or whatever." And he goes, "You mean like that?" And I went, "Exactly like that." So, and I'd never heard of it then, so it wasn't like, oh, you know, my brain was trying to fit, you know, a pattern into something I already knew, because I didn't even know. I had never even heard of that. So, but to me, the way I described it was a missile. It looked mostly like a missile. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it is alien or from another world, but I'm saying it's not flying out of Manchester Airport. I'm telling you that, and it's not. I've got passengers on it to go for a holiday. I know that much. You know, it's high tech.
What if it's got passengers to go for a holiday to the moon?
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, that was my first.
Sometimes when people say cigar shape, like I think it could be alien, or it could be like human, because some people say that William Tompkins was saying he was designing cigar-shaped spaceships as transport troop carriers for the military, for the Navy back in the 70s. and then other people are saying certain cigar shapes are certain aliens or something rather than other. Like, you know, no one has proof or evidence for both sides of the story. But
yeah, I hear you.
I'm just saying what information I've said. You know what I've heard. Some say some different races of aliens have like cigar-shaped ones. A couple different races. And the others saying that it could be a mix of both. It could be a mix of both. Maybe some cigars are some aliens, and some cigars are just us with our secret military spacecraft. You know, sending troops and workers up into space to build more spaceships and build more space stuff and whatever. You know.
All I know is that I've only seen the craft. All I know is I've only seen the craft. I've not seen any. I've not seen any aliens, but I've seen flying things I can't explain. So
I've had friends I've grown up with. Friends I've grown up with have seen cigar-shaped UFOs flying around the top of the mountains here, top of the tree levels, the tree level height, like separate friends. 3 girls that I knew very well said they saw a cigar-shaped object in the same forest at the top of the mountain. Same forest at the top of the mountain, and then they said they had a encounter with an alien with the Aztec pyramid type hat or head, an alien encounter. Wow. And so that's where I get the reference. That's where I get a reference because I questioned them a lot about it. They actually drew pictures of the alien. They drew pictures of the cigar-shaped UFO, and they stuck it on their fridge. I walked into their house because they had a new house. I'm like, what's this UFO here? Oh, it's the cigar-shaped UFO we saw above the forest. I'm like, oh wow, my friend Duncan, who just lives, you know, a couple of blocks over in the back of the farms. He said he was sitting in his spa, and he said he saw the exact same cigar-shaped UFO floating over the tree tops while he was sitting in the spa. I'm like, that's pretty cool that you drew it. And they go, who's this guy with the Aztec head? It's got like steps that come down like the Aztec pyramid, steps on each side. I'm like, who's this alien you're drawing here? He goes, oh, that's the alien we met after we saw the cigar-shaped UFO. And I know these girls very well. I know every time they're lying, they've never been able to lie to me because I can pick their lies up from a million miles away. I grew up with them. And I questioned them heaps to see if they were making it up or anything. And to me, their story sounded legit. Like, it didn't sound like didn't sound like anything they made up. And I know everything they make up. I knew them too well. They weren't strangers or anything. Like, I grew up with them.
Did you see any windows on the cigar at all?
No windows.
No windows. Yeah, I don't know why I can't get Jitsi to switch between.
It looked like a missile. At the time, that was the only thing my mind went to because it was traveling at the speed of a missile. It looked like a missile. It's like, well, it is a missile then, isn't it? But it wasn't a missile. You know, check the news. Not unless they test missiles over cities, which I can't imagine.
They can't do. They cannot test rockets or missiles over civilian population areas. They cannot do this.
Yeah, and it wasn't going up. It was going completely horizontal from left to right, from east. From east to west. You know, completely straight. And I'm lucky enough that it was that near to me. That I could see that it was cylindrical. You know, it wasn't just a silhouette in the sky. It was that near to me. I could see that it was cylindrical. Honestly, guys, the hairs on the back of my neck were stood up. You know,
it would have been amazing to see. I've never seen a cigar-shaped UFO personally. I've seen all sorts of different shapes and orbs and colours.
Like I say, I've seen orbs too. But like I said at the time, I was a complete cynic. So it was really like wow. And I felt so sorry that for this guy who had been, you know, humiliating, you know, years before. So I got my comeuppance. So yeah, that was my first sighting that sort of got me into thinking that I may have been wrong, and you know.
Are you spinning around in circles there? I'm sort of getting a bit seasick.
seems it's better. The microphone seems to be better when I pick up the phone, does it?
Yeah, if you're close to the router, but you seem to be moving a lot, and it's making me dizzy.
Sorry,
Just
I'm
like-
just making a brew.
Are you sitting in a chair and spinning around or something? Because
I'm standing up. I'm just walking about. I'm making a brew.
all right. You should be a university lecturer then, because they like to stand up and talk. And they walk back and forth, right? Yeah. Back and forth, and you see the students' eyes following them. But
I'm a counselor.
so that's the only sighting you had was the cigar UFO one, was it?
Yes.
So you only had one. Yeah.
No. I've had lots more sightings since then, but that was the first one that got me into
okay.
It. Yeah.
And so you tell us about the other ones, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. Another one was Gabber was just talking about orbs. Then I've seen witnessed orbs a few times, but I saw one at the back where I live. It's got a balcony that looks out to a massive panorama over towards the Manchester Airport and towards the Cheshire Plains, and so it's a good place to sky spot. And then
again,
I think I have some connection sometimes to consciousness, has connections to psychology and the way you're thinking. I mean, I'm not saying I believe in Stephen Creer's CE5. I think that's nonsense. But somehow I don't know, there seems to be some like emotional connection sometimes. Because another day I was having a real emotionally hard. I was having an emotionally hard time with my missus. She was pregnant and stuff like that. And I went out to the balcony and I was just looking out at the stars. And then out of my periphery vision, I see one of the stars moving. So it brings my attention to it, and I'm like, well, that's not a star, but it looked the same as a star, bright white light. Yeah. So as I'm looking at it, it's moving in another direction towards the airport. And then I know that's the opposite way, where the Earth doesn't turn that way. So I know straight away it can't be the ISS, it can't be a satellite. It's in the wrong place. It's too high in the sky.
The ISS moves from west to east, and it'll clear from one horizon to the next horizon in 2 minutes.
I know where the ISS is. I know how to spot it. So I knew clearly that it wasn't that. And then as I looked at it and began to become more amazed at it, like, well, what is it then? And so it was probably about 4 or 5 seconds the whole thing took. And as I was looking at it, going, well, what is it then? It just took off, and I mean took off. Took the whole universe out in like a second or two. Gone. Like thousands, tens of thousands of miles an hour. I can't even quantify how fast it went.
When they take off and they go zip, you're just like, what on earth was that?
Yeah, it was mind-blowing.
Not all the stars are stars. I've seen lots of stars just disappear. And then I run in, and I'm sitting there, I'm filming Jupiter with my infrared camera or something else. And then there's a big bright star and the sun's coming up. So when the stars disappear, you start to wonder, how can that star still be there and be so bright when all the other stars are vanishing and there's 6 stars left in the sky, the sun's coming up, the sky's starting to turn blue, and you're like, that star shouldn't be there technically, and then all of a sudden it vanishes in front of your eyes, and you're like, I knew there was something wrong with that star. It was too bright to begin with, and it wouldn't dim when all the other stars were dimming and disappearing, and there's only 6 stars left in the sky. Then I run inside, check the star map. Jupiter was there, the star was there, there was no star on the star map that wasn't a star.
Sorry, just a quick one for sightings on 18s. He asked if there's smoke round it. No, there was no signs of propulsion on the cigar craft 18. Sorry, Gabber, I was listening. I just saw 18's question.
Oh, that's okay. I've seen UFO. I've seen like stars. Setting up my camera, and I've seen the stars coming up and the sun's going down. So I start setting up my camera to do Mars. I was going to shoot Mars opposition, and then I noticed above my house there's like 3 stars that pop up. I think it's Sirius, and 2 other stars, and it's like they're like a big triangle. And I know when depending on the season, if it's winter or summer, but like in summertime, they pop up above my house when the sun comes down and the moon comes up. So I know the position of them. I noticed there was 1 extra star there, and I was like, hang on a sec, why is there 1 extra star there? So I'm like putting everything together, putting things on the tripod, connecting all the equipment, and before my eyes, it starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So it's traveling away from me until it splits into 2 balls of light, and then it shoots off into the other side of the horizon or out into space, shoots off at top speed. I was just like, what? It split into 2 balls of light and then shot off to the other side of the planet, other side of the country, or off into space. One of the 3. But like when you see stuff like that, it's amazing. It's amazing what some of the things you can see when you're star watching that you just can't explain.
Right.
As if it's not cloudy.
It's always cloudy here. I miss all the celestial events. I can't feel many celestial events.
Same as Christchurch as well. It's terrible.
I did the Geminids meteor shower on the 14th, and then the next night it was all cloudy. So I just set the camera up and let it take 20-second exposures all night long. I managed to capture a couple meteors. When I was out there, I was doing half-second exposures and just lining it up. And something shot across the screen while I was taking a photo, and I saw it live on the viewfinder. But because my head was looking down, I didn't see it with my eyes because I would have had to been looking up. And then when I looked at the photo, it zigzags. There's something that just like zigzags through the photo, and like all the meteors I took, they all shoot straight. There's no zigzag.
Zigzag does sound like a fly, though, doesn't it? A bug.
You're telling me a bug's going to glow white on my P1000 Nikon?
Could do. Did you have any other cameras with infrared on them?
You're making bro stud sound. This is legit what he said. How? Explain to me scientifically how a bug would glow white on my Nikon P1000.
Well, that's going to pick up some infrared, isn't it? It catches slightly.
It doesn't pick up infrared. It has an infrared filter on it. It cuts out the infrared.
No, they still have a wee bit over edge, and it still has more visible than the filter cuts out. I find it impossible to believe.
That's what it looked like, guys. That sort of shape there.
What are you talking about? You're talking about the picture on the screen here. Where's he gone? He hasn't got anything up. Have we lost Gabber as well?
No, I'm here.
Okay, you're still working. Yeah. P1000 doesn't see a little bit into the infrareds. A lot of cameras do, even with filters, right?
I've taken videos and pictures of bugs for 2 years. Not one of them even looks like... Not one of them even has a dot of white on it. These things streaked across the camera. Like streaks across, like zigzag. And it's thicker. It's thicker than a meteor. The meteors are thinner. And they're perfect straight lines.
Achieve greater yield with the P1000. Okay, what's it saying here? So,
I'd really like to know your explanation of how a fly could... do I have to share the photo? You want me to send the photo Discord.
Well, I don't know what light sources you had. You might have the laser pointer.
No
aimed
light
at it.
source. It's just a camera pointing in the sky in the middle of the night, dark. Like, what light source?
You
There was no light source.
you didn't see it with your eyes. That's what you're saying.
I saw it with my eyes across the viewfinder, but I didn't see it in the sky because I was looking down. I wasn't looking up. You can't look up at the sky and down at the viewfinder at the same time.
LED grow lights. What the hell's that?
Trying to grow some of the stuff that UFObro likes to smoke. This thing's streaked across the cap.
Oh, I think he's gone. Don't phones are really sucky for chatting on, but sightings had a better connection than that.
Sounds like he saw a pretty cool cigar-shaped UFO.
Yeah, but he's saying it's not a balloon, but unless we see any video evidence, we can't really confirm.
Even if we see a video, you're going to call it a balloon.
No, it depends on how fast it's moving and all that sort of business, right?
My internet keeps dropping out, but I'm still here.
Yeah, we know you're joined back. But we can hear us talking in the background. Have you got YouTube muted? If you got YouTube playing at the same time, just mute it. That way we don't get any feedback. It should be better now, hopefully. Yeah, you're sort of getting that scratchy sound back again. Did you move further away from the router or something there? There was a
made a cup of coffee. I'm back now.
It sounds better now. Maybe your hand is acting as an antenna for your Wi-Fi. Because that does happen. Your body becomes the antenna. Yeah, just trying to find out the specs of the P1000
What's that?
Sensor range, light range. I don't know what keywords we can type in though. What's it say here? Focal length. But it's not going to tell us about the sensor range, is it? We want to know what nano, I guess, would it be ISO? No.
ISO goes up to like 16.
60, so it's there.
16,200? No, 6,400, isn't it?
So it's here 100 to 6,400.
Yeah, 6,400. The ISO range is crap. The Sony Alpha 3 does like 2 million ISO.
But that's not what we're after. Here we go. No, that's a millimeter. Okay. I don't think it tells us what we're after. It's talking about the length of the telephoto. What would you call it though? Light density? I don't know.
IR filter, IR filter cut
Did
off.
they have any LEDs on that when it's running? Like, could that cause something to be lit up as it goes near the lens?
If they had LEDs on the camera, that would ruin all photographs. No one would buy the camera.
It's got to have a flash on it, though, isn't it? Flash on it.
But the flash is closed. I didn't use the flash. I was doing meteor star photos.
Hang on, but couldn't it get the LCD screen's got to give off a lot of light when you're viewing it at the same time? Surely
not from the back. Not from the back when it's pointing at the sky and the sky is black. There's no light coming out of it.
But it could reflect off your face and then it's got to go forward again, isn't it?
How would my face go forward when I'm standing behind the camera?
Yeah, but you're looking at the screen, so the light's reflecting off your face back out into space. And anything that's moving close.
That's like Buck Rogers science fiction movie.
Because if someone was looking at you,
the light off my LCD screen is hitting my face, and then it's reflecting off up into space.
No, it's reflecting off a bug that's close to the lens that just swings by, right? So
that wouldn't explain the light intensity.
Well, I don't know. I was trying to find out the sensor and the color range and all that on that camera. I don't have it here.
Even if I took a photo of a bug flying past with the flash on, it would not explain the light intensity. It would show a tiny little bug with a bit lit up.
Yeah, but you're looking at the screen like that, right? There's your camera, blah blah blah. So if you get something that flies by, that'll do. Flies by. That light from the LCD screen, if it's close to your camera, that's gonna be sort of lit up enough for this camera that's sensitive on light to be, because it can film stars, right? The P1000, it can film moon, can't it? So the light.
The P1000 is not sensitive to light because it's only got 6,400 ISO. It's a very bad low light camera. I struggle to take pictures of stars. The only way I can take a picture of stars is if I put the ISO to 100 and do a 20-second long exposure, and I can still then I can barely see any of the stars. It's really bad to do any nebula or galaxy work, or like I want to take photos of galaxies and stack 1,000 photos and work on them, but it hasn't got the ISO range to do that. It's just impossible. It's really bad low light.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you got the image of this thing? Obviously, the video of the thing.
It's just an image. It's just a picture.
Oh, right.
I was doing.
You're going to show us some other stuff, weren't you? But we'll let Shogun, because it must be getting late there for him. 2 in the morning.
Shogun show some stuff. Yeah, let Shogun show some stuff.
No, he's
telling.
Right. I'm listening.
No, he's telling his story. He's telling his story, so we'll let him finish, so he can get to bed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, just carry on. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm all right listening, guys. It's all right. There's no big deal.
No, Gabber was going to show us some videos or something. I can't remember what it was now, but he said it was only 2 minutes. But yeah. So you saw orbs, and what happened? What did you get after the orbs? So you're saying it wasn't planes, and it wasn't satellites. You think?
Yeah, no, it couldn't have been. It moved too fast. It was moving. It was moving to make me notice it. But then when I became cognizant of it. It moved right out of, honestly, like I can't quantify how fast it moved. And then, so I knew instant. It let me know. It seemed to be letting me know. Look, I'm not a plane. I'm not. It was letting me know. That's how it felt. It felt like we were aware of each other. That's how it felt. And this is coming from someone who used to be very skeptical about all this sort of stuff. But I'm being honest, and I'm telling you, this is how it felt. You know what I mean? I can't. I'm being honest about it.
Well, the cigar-shaped craft could have been one of those Black Ops blimps that they're working on, right? Which some of them do.
But he
look
said
like,
it was metallic shaped.
Yeah. But if you look at the blimps again, you'll see
a blimp couldn't be metallic. A blimp couldn't be metallic.
No, but if you look at it, they are grey in colour. I'll bring it up again. They experimented.
Did they go 700 mile an hour?
Yeah.
They go 700 mile an hour.
According to Lockheed Martin researcher, they got it up to Mach 5. So, could you imagine that though? Right. A blimp going at Mach 5. That's just crazy.
But why would they be flying? Why would they be flying a stealth blimp that's supposed to be top secret over civilian cities? over Manchester, straight over the Manchester, so everyone in town could see it. When it's a black ops.
I
that
think
would fly
sometimes
around Manchester.
yeah, but sometimes it goes wrong and it comes down, and then they've got to sort out the engine problem and zoom it off, right? Secret blimp. Lockheed Martin, I think it was. See if we can find an image of it again. Not those ones.
Did you see the little diagram that I drew before? Did you see it?
No. Did you share the screen, did you?
Yeah.
Or did you...
Hang on.
For some reason, you're not switching over when you're talking again. It's sort of strange. I'll just bring up you.
What does the Mach 5 secret blimp look like?
I think I saw a putty cat. It looked like a putty cat. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that looks like just like a tube, right? Or
yeah, exactly.
Cigar shape.
Yeah, but as I say, at the time, I'd never heard of that expression, cigar shaped. You know, it wasn't until maybe 10 years later that I told the experience to my brother that he'd obviously seen, you know, third phase or whatever. So he was like, "Oh, do you mean?" And I was like, "Right, yeah." So and then I realized, oh, people see these things. I saw one. Have you seen the sighting where there's one in Peru at Machu Picchu, and there's a cigar shaped one in that sighting. Have you seen that video? Some tourists at Machu Picchu, and they see a cigar shaped craft.
Yeah, wasn't that a ship on the? That was like Fata Morgana of a cruise ship. Is that the one?
No, it was in Machu Picchu. It's in Peru.
Oh, right. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, well, it was the same as that. It was, but that one was moving very slowly. With the one I saw
I think that was one of these things that a tourist use. A blimp remote control. I'll see if I can find it. There's all sorts of things you can get now. Yeah, like one of these ones here. It looks like an airship. You get silver ones and whatnot, and they have little cameras underneath, and
they got fins on them. He said cigar shape.
No, not all of them. Not this one here. Look, it doesn't have fins on it. See that? Has a camera and you can remote control it for $60.
Looking like that.
That one there. See that one there? But they've got two together there. They don't because remote control have such powerful engines. They don't actually need fins. You see, you can fly a phone book around literally with a RC propeller engine because they're so powerful compared to the larger versions, right?
There's no drag.
No drag.
You know, like aerodynamic drag.
You think it would have lots of drag because it's a huge, big balloon that's flying through the sky. That's like make a lot of drag.
Yeah, but I think it was one of these blimp things, right? That someone was flying around, taking the aerial shots, for like tourist industry or something like that. But anyway, I was trying to find out this Lockheed Martin one. It's not coming up in the searches, so I'm gonna have to try something else.
When it's stuff like that, you hear them. You know what I mean? You can hear the rotor blades or the engines or whatever. But this thing was silent, and like I say, it was near to me. You know, so it was silent. Do you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I'm not saying your one. I'm talking about the Peru one that we saw in the video. Yeah, I'm not saying your one. I'm just trying to find a picture of some of the stealth blimps. Now, they've been mucking around with them since the 40s, right? Is that the one there? They'll come up eventually. Look at this thing. What the hell's that? Lockheed Martin's hybrid airship. That's massive, right? 5 stories easy, that one. And it looks funny from the front, and from the back it looks really strange. See, they're mucking around with these blimps all the time. I'm surprised they don't reuse them though, because now they know that helium doesn't explode like hydrogen, and they can make them super light now with the materials that we got, and use helium quite well. Let's see, hypersonic blimp. I've put that in, hypersonic blimp. Let's see if it comes up. Here we go. What have we got here? Ravion, air-breathing hypersonic weapon. Oh, that's something new. That looks like a torpedo. Now, like I said, you never know what comes up in searches when you redo things that you've looked at before. Thunderbirds a go. Hypersonic airliner. Look at this thing. Looks like a ramjet. Future of hypersonic weapons.
Wheels. The zigzag was white. I'll post it in
Hey, look at this.
I'll post it in the Discord in my thread. I'll show you.
Australia's hypersonic weapon. There you go. Are you seeing that in the skies? Amazing. You never know what's in the sky now, I tell you. What they're experimenting with. But yeah, I'm still trying to find those old supersonic. Look at this thing. What the hell's that? Airbus just patented a hypersonic jet. That's crazy looking. I don't know if I really want to go riding in that thing. That's kind of super dangerous. So these are what they use the blimps for now, like big radars in the sky, right? But that's old technology. If you go back to what they're mucking around with. What's this thing here? That looks like a missile. Missiles. Oh, it looks like a shark.
Yeah, it didn't have all those fins on the end of it or anything like that, though. Right?
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that was something I definitely noticed. You know, there was no smoke, there was no blue, you know, like coming out of like gas or jets or whatever. There was nothing obvious signs of. That's interesting. What's that one? Blue one. Wow.
Yeah, I was just looking at that one that's got all the fins on it, right?
Yeah,
new type of missiles that they're mucking around with.
That's what they'll be sending to Ukraine to kill Russians with.
It's funny how I can't find the old hangar with the old. Look at this thing here. What the hell is that? Majestic flying catamaran concept.
Wow.
If man can think it, they can build it, I reckon.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of the jets that we do have flying, the stealth jets, stuff, they're not aerodynamic at all. It's only the engine sticks in the air. You know, where a lot of planes, they used to be, if the engine would break down, they could just glide to the ground. Where a lot of these stealth bombers, that's not a chance. You know, they couldn't glide anywhere. They just fall to the ground. You know, if they lost power, not aerodynamic at all.
Oh, here we go. These are the things that are mucking around.
That could be a bit of a problem if they've got nuclear weapons on board. You'd want it to glide to the ground.
Here we go. What was it called? They used to call it something in the sky. Dark base or something like that. Lighter than aircraft is what they call them. But this is one of the ones they did, the V-shaped one, which people would claim. Lockheed Martin said, yeah, it was us. It was one of ours, the Phoenix Lights. It was these high altitude hypersonic blimps. Giant V-shaped. Oh, Phoenix Lights, yeah.
Legislation stuff and let people know. You know, at least let the air authorities know. Oh, we've got these things flying today. You know, warn people.
Yeah, it was top secret, and it still is, I think. Just trying to find the articles that actually will come up. It's a lot of crap on JPL Aerospace. Maybe it wasn't Lockheed. Maybe it was JP then. Here we go. What's this say? Airship to orbit. Artist concept of airship to orbit in action. Dark sky station. There we go. I knew it was dark. Below is a small airship bringing people and payload to this dark sky station at 140,000 feet. On the right is a orbiter ascender leaving the station. But if you find the hangar one, it does look like it's grey with some blue stripes on it. But yeah, I need to find the real pictures, but it's very hard. Very hard to find the stuff again. It seems to get lost by Google. Let's see what we got here. Science.
Censorship's getting bad, isn't it?
Yeah. Can see that kind of looks like a torpedo. What's that one? Let's have a look at that one. Can airships accelerate to orbit? Yes, they can. And they've managed to get them going so fast. Oh, I think that's the guy. Is that the guy that talks about it?
The re-entry thing. Somebody's got to catch that steamship on the other side, which makes things very expensive.
Okay. That wasn't the interview I was after. Don't know if that was the guy or not. Oh. Just pause that. Let's see what else we got. So they had these giant blimps that go up to 140,000 feet, and they could go Mach 5, right? And
yeah,
even faster.
The lift capacity isn't worth the helium it needs. It doesn't lift enough.
This is 5 stories big. No, that's not true.
No one's going to pay for the helium if it's got such a low capacity lift capacity.
They could lift up fighter jets to the dark sky station and just hook them on. So I think that's what Art Bell saw, was one of these fly over his car that night, remember? So they're talking about it here, what they were mucking around with. Does look like the V craft that some people saw, doesn't it? So if you saw that from the side, that would look like a cylinder too, though, wouldn't it? If you had it like perfectly level with what you were seeing, that would look like a cylinder. I'm just trying to find it in the hangar. They had pictures of it in the hangar. Or one of them anyway, one of the experimental ones. They're obviously not going to show you everything, are they? Here it is. It can dismantle into tubes. That's kind of interesting. Exploded view.
Yeah, I put the pictures of that zigzag. It was white. That zigzag flash of light I caught in my thread in Paul's Discord. Wheels. Gabba was the moon out. That would be the only light source to reflect off. The moon was like on the horizon behind a big tree. Let him look at the photo. Yeah, the moon wasn't really up. It was like all right on the horizon.
Right.
There was a big tree in front of me, so I had no moonlight. The moonlight was like blocked by a huge tree. I was sitting in a shadow.
Here you go. Dark Sky Station. I think we looked at that one though, didn't we?
Mystery to me.
Let's have a look at that one. Edge of space. So these are some of the things they mucked around with, right? They put weather balloons on it to see how many they needed, how much helium they needed to lift up a wire frame. So they did all these type of experiments with, and then of course as the years went on, they got carbon fiber, and so this is what I'm trying to think. Maybe that Roswell crash was related to this top secret program with the blimps,
But
right?
people say they saw alien dead bodies.
Yeah, but they could have just strapped on some monkeys to see if they survived a trip up to the edge of space and back.
I think people would know the difference between a squashed monkey and an alien dead body.
Not if it was on fire from the crash, and
It would just look like a black squashed monkey.
Well, some of the descriptions did sound like that, though, didn't it? But it's hard to know.
The smell of the aliens made them vomit because they've been like festering in the desert for like 3 days.
So you can see definitely it could look grey if they got all these solar cells wrapped around. But let's see. They used to launch rockets from all the way down there. So I'll post a link to that one, but still I haven't got a real picture of it in the hangar.
The Black Project, you're not going to get a picture.
No, there is a picture online. I just can't damn find it. It's interesting because it could explain quite a lot of the UFO sightings, or it could be part of this program.
Cool, Gabba, thanks. No worries, Wheels.
So you can see it's quite big, you know. And these V-craft are big, and they fit inside these wedges, right? And they just interlock.
Yeah, I took that photo 5 days ago, Wheels. It was like the 14th of December, the Gemini's meteor shower. I was sitting there snapping about 30 or 40 photos with the remote control, and I saw it on the viewfinder, and I was like, what? Because I was seeing meteors shoot past me, but like I saw the camera take a picture of it, and it was so bright on the camera. I was like, how come I didn't see it? Just like my peripheral vision right above me, just here. I was trying to figure out how I didn't see it in my peripheral vision. The camera showed it to me, but I was just like confused. You get that sky watching. You see stuff that always makes you confused.
Oh, here it is. This is like some of the pictures we got of it in the hangar. And you can see it's hovering there. Let's see. Here we go. Mystery wire. So the one I saw was grey down the side. So have we got any other pictures of that one? Probably not. So we've got one viewpoint of it, but there is a side view, and I think it's grey down the side. V-shaped airship, space, and Phoenix lights. You see, they're talking about that. That was them. Here's another one. Another some images. Let's have a look at those ones. Whoop. You can see it's massive. But that's not. That's another one, isn't it? That looks like another one there. So it's at least let's see, 1, 2, 3 stories high. That one. Oh, here you go. It's got grey ends on it. So I just wonder if he may have saw that. One of them accidentally lost engine control and it come downwards, and then they fixed it and it's shut off. But yeah, I've covered it before anyway. You can look, you can Google my playlist and actually find my stuff on BLIMPS. But there you go. It's got some obviously captures of some of the experiments they were mucking around with. That's another one they were mucking around with, early one.
Ricky Rick says, but can't it only go at those max speeds in higher orbits like a satellite? Wouldn't a balloon at lower orbits just blow around in the wind?
Well, we don't know.
Turbulence up. There's no wind and turbulence up at the higher altitude, so we can do the Mach 5. But at lower altitudes, you got turbulence and winds and currents and all sorts of stuff.
They call it ascender, orbital ascender.
I think it can only do Mach 5 like when it's up really, 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 really high.
No, I think they said it could do up to Mach 15 or something crazy. I don't think
it's doing Mach 15 at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, maybe when it gets up higher, but he said it was. He saw it was doing like 700 miles or something, which sounds feasible, you know.
About 700 mile an hour, yeah, something like that. Faster than a plane, anyway.
How much faster than like a commercial plane? Like 3 times, 4 times faster?
No, I wouldn't say 4 times faster.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, I was walking into the room and then it came into my vision on the left, and then it took me maybe a second to get the witnesses to the window, and then looked at the window until it disappeared, maybe 10, 15 seconds. So 10, 15 seconds, yeah, a lot like, you know, like the orb sort of speed, you know, not a mind-blowing speed, but yeah, faster than a commercial jet, faster than I'd seen anything move.
I saw like a month or 2 ago, I saw a flashing light one morning. It was flashing heaps, and it moved like a quarter of the sky, like from horizon to the other horizon. So like it moved like a quarter of the sky in like 2 or 3 seconds. So it had to be doing like 10, 15 times faster than a commercial jet. This flashing light just went, choo! I was just like, oh my God, how quick did that just move through a quarter of the entire sky? I tried to capture it, but like it just moved too fast, and then it stopped flashing by the time I pointed my camera at it. But like I'd never seen something move so quick before. It was amazing.
I don't think they call them blimps. They call them lighter than air aircraft normally. So I'll just put that in there. Hypersonic speed, Mach 5 and above. Why do we have the word hypersonic? Okay, that's a good question. I think there's supersonic and then hypersonic. What comes below supersonic? Sonic? I guess, I don't know. Yeah. It's funny how I can't find that one again with the page. It's good to see things drop off or get harder to find again. I just stumbled across it on a certain search as well. Hypersonic missiles, we know they exist.
Yeah, they've used them in Ukraine already, haven't they? Those.
Yeah. And they're impossible to shoot down.
That's right. Expensive, though, I imagine.
Yeah. Probably not allowed to talk about that name. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm a suppressed channel anyway. Can't get any lower down in the rankings, can it?
Sorry, what did I say? What word? Use a clue.
Oh,
Ukraine.
Russian.
Talk about
Russian.
Ukraine.
Yeah. Not allowed to say Russia,
You can't talk
China.
about Ukraine. You can't talk about this.
Putina.
Putina.
Putina,
We love
yeah.
Putina. We love Putina. It's not called Ukraine anymore. It's called the new Russia.
Well, they've got a few things to say about that, haven't they?
I don't agree with it, but like, if Russia wants the Ukraine back, you might as well just call it the new Russia. You know what I'm saying? Forget about Ukraine. Just going to be called the new Russia from now on, or they'll take half of it at least. Like, it's gone. They're not getting it back. No one's going to help them. If anyone helps them, we can't talk about it. We're not allowed to talk about it.
New propulsion system could enable flying at speeds up to Mach 17. What's this one? Let's have a look at that one. Could enable flying at speeds up to Mach 17. Wouldn't people be toast inside? I suppose if you slowly speed up, though, it should be alright. And then you got to slow down slowly. Then people could be inside it. UCF developed propulsion system that allow for flight speeds of Mach 6 to 17, more than 4,600 to 13,000 miles per hour, and would have applications in air and space. And that was out. The article.
How the hell would a pilot fly a jet at Mach 17? The G-forces would destroy him.
That's what I'm saying. They got to slowly build up the speed, didn't they? But they'd have to be in space for that, surely, once to go above Mach 5. I don't know. Maybe they suspend you into a tub of water so it doesn't affect you the same way. I don't know.
They need to control the gravity field inside the cockpit so it doesn't affect him, the G-forces. They need an anti-G-forces, anti-gravity machine inside the cockpit.
Does say
Otherwise,
jet propulsion, though.
They're just going to be killing all their test pilots.
Sounds like it goes up into the edge of space and then it speeds up. That's what it sounds like. It's a lot of reading here, so, and it's doing my eyes in. But I'll post a link.
Also, they can fly to the other side of the country really fast to drop some bombs and kill people.
Yeah. Mach 17. They'll be coming after you, Gabber. Filming their secret plasma orbs.
Well, you can't escape slavery. Like, you need a military to like defend freedom. Otherwise, you're going to have some group that's going to try and control you. You need a military, but the wars we are having are designed. They're all planned by globalists for BS reasons, and then they feed both sides of the war to profit from it while we die over BS reasons. Like,
yeah,
they're not protecting freedom. They're just making globalists filthy rich because they're feeding both sides of the war and profiting. And they made up the war for some BS reason, just because they want to profit from destruction and death. War's a bit disgusting in our planet.
Same old, same old.
Yeah, they're dirty. They play dirty tricks.
The battle against inertia, 2019.
Yeah. Why don't you type in how many G-forces do you get at Mach 17?
There's probably a way to calculate that though, isn't it?
How many G-forces are at Mach 17?
I just wonder if fluid would do it actually. Hypersonic speeds. Hypersonic speeds. Let's see. Occurrence of UFOs dampen inertia forces. So we've got that thing on it. Hypersonic shuttle study. You'd think there'd be a way that they figured out something. I know they got pressure chutes for pilots, right? But it's still not enough. That's why they think they're like drones rather than people inside, the very fast ones. Which is still a possibility, right? But still, that limits what you can do with it, right? You want to be able to move cargo and personnel very quickly from one end of the planet to the other. Especially if it's a war machine, which is generally what these are developed for, right? They got the C-130, right? That's generally what they're using at the moment. But it looks to me like they've been using these hypersonic blimps as well as cargo ships, right? So if you stick one fighter jet underneath, right, and move it up to the edge of space and clip it onto the dark sky station, you could have a whole row of them underneath the belly of the station, ready to drop off like drop ships and head off to their destination, right? And then they could just fly back to a conventional airport, and then the blimp takes it back up again. A sender, as they're calling it. So, yeah, I could see it definitely. They might have been using it, you know, instead of putting it on aircraft carriers, which are very prone to missile attacks and all that. Something at the edge of the space that's got repairable skin on it and tubes of helium in it, so if it got bullet holes in it or missile passes through it, it's not going to come tumbling down. It could be repaired. Plus, could they even reach those altitudes with a missile and not be shot down from the dark sky station? It would have some sort of defense system. Couldn't you just have like a dangling net underneath, you know, so if the missile come up, it get caught in the net and explode. They could have a wired net that hangs down when they got a defense situation. There's all sorts of possibilities they could do, right? But yeah, I was have to do some research into inertia. There must be. So did you find the answer for Mach 17?
Yeah.
How many G-forces? How much G-force is Mach 1? Okay, we'll just do that.
Tells you about a car. It's a car.
Miles per hour. 1 G is 22 miles per hour. Surely not, is it? I suppose it is, because you feel it in the car, don't you, when you accelerate very quickly. Acceleration of 1 G equates to the rate of change in velocity of approximately 35 kilometers per hour, or 22 miles per hour for each second. So once you get up to speed, you haven't got that G-force though, right? So if you slowly speed up, then you could go any G-force, right?
Like if you're going in a straight line, isn't it? Well, if you're going to make any
Yeah,
attempts to do turns.
yeah. If you do a sudden turn, then you're gonna have all that G-force go straight through the body, right?
Yeah.
How many G-forces is 700 miles per hour? I wonder if we can click on that one. With acceleration of 0.3 G, reaching 700 miles per hour may only require 15 kilometers, or around 9 miles of track. We lost him again, or we lost someone.
No,
Who's
I'm
gone?
here. I'm just trying. I'm contemplating the idea of that. That's what maybe I saw, but why I'm just thinking, why over a city centre? Well, not a city centre, but over Manchester City. Why would, like you say, if maybe it was broken or
Maybe
I
the
don't know.
aliens. Maybe the aliens wanted to watch the Manchester Soccer United match.
Yeah, it wasn't far from there, Gabber. It was going in that direction as well. Funnily enough.
Look, I'm onto something. I'm onto something there.
Yeah, the aliens were United fans. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really low in the sky. Like I say, I was on the first floor of a house, and I was looking out through the window straight, and I could see it. So it wasn't like I had to, I could see it from within the hallway of the house through the window. So that's how low it was in the sky.
Mm.
And then as I saw it, I said to the people sat down, like, what's that? And they turned around, they were like, oh, heck, yeah. So then they were all at the window then, like our noses at the window, like, and we watched it disappear off to the right. And yeah, and I was like trying to, take in anything, like there was no windows. I think what was most amazed me about it was the fact that I could see that it was cylindrical. It was like there was no messing about on like it was one, it was a silhouette, or it couldn't have been. It was near enough for me to be absolutely
Shape was
blown.
very definite.
There was no, there was no if or buts about it. It's like there it was.
Shape was very defined.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it was like you said before, a tube that does define it very well. As boring as it sounds, but it's true. That's what it looked like, a big tube. It didn't look like a cigar per se. Like a cigar is like, rounded off edges. Well, some cigars do, don't they? Some have like rounded off edges. This was like, it wasn't rounded. It was more like a tube. It didn't taper off at the end like aerodynamically would. Like a missile would, like some of those things you showed before.
It was flat at both ends.
Yeah,
like flat.
it was flat. Yeah.
Like it was a long can of Coca-Cola. Like it was like a long can of Coca-Cola or something.
Yes, there are other drinks available. Yes.
Mm.
I hate that company. That's another bad thing.
Great
Nothing
minds.
to say good about that.
Great minds think alike there,
Yes,
Ricky.
right,
I didn't even see your comment until I looked down and see that you said the same thing I'm looking up here. What do we got here?
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we're listening to you.
Yeah, I say I wasn't quite as big as long or as big as like a 737 or whatever, but it was much bigger than like a Cessna or something like that. It was
Sort of
maybe about
halfway
about the length of about 3 Cessnas. That's full length. But and as I said before, it was completely silent as well. We wouldn't have heard it. I only saw it.
Mm.
So some of the things that you saw. I know you haven't found the exact picture that you're looking for, which doesn't surprise me with Google these days. But You know, I'm still thinking, why would they be testing such a thing over a town? Surely, if they want to keep something secret, I mean, it must have other people must have seen something that night. Surely, you know.
Some people don't look at the sky; they just walk around their business. Like everyone's looking down, looking where they're walking.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? People can look at something and then pass it off as nothing. Yeah,
or they're looking at their phone, talking to their friends on Facebook. They don't even look where they're walking. Like me, when I walk around, even when I go outside to take out the trash, I look at the sky every time. Something always goes past if I'm not looking. I always look at the sky. I don't know why. It just becomes habit now.
Yeah. That was one of the things that I was saying to Paul in Discord yesterday. I was saying that first sighting has made me a lot more observant about things in the sky. I spot all sorts of stuff in the sky all the time now. I was just sat in my bedroom a couple of weeks ago and I saw like 3 balloons flew over together. You know, that had been let go by some poor kid or something, and you know, but they were weird shaped balloons, like letters or something like that. You know, but you could see they were balloons. Do you know what I mean? But you know, third phase of the moon, they'd be all over that, wouldn't they? They'd be like distorting the video and saying, "Oh, a latest video in from some bullshitter." But yeah, you know, you can spot stuff. You know, I think once you get your eye in, you know, you do see stuff. And another day, it's an interesting question. I know it's illegal, but that certainly doesn't mean it doesn't happen, especially in this country. Like, you know, there's that little police around anymore. People do what they want, honestly. But there's, you know, what are the laws around paragliding? I'm not talking about with an engine. I'm just talking about getting up there, hitting a good thermal, and going for it. You can like travel half the length of England.
You could.
I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. I think you're meant to have something to alert aeroplanes that you're up there and stuff like that. But you know, I've seen them as well, and I'm like, you know, like it's, you know, it was further enough away where I was like, that's a glider, that, or a parachuter or something. Because it was moving it was like moving at the wind speed, so it wasn't like, oh, that's not an aeroplane, it's moving too slow. And it's like, well, it's not a UFO, you know, they don't move, and it's just too, you know, it seemed to be moving with the wind, and it was windy that day. So I put that down to stuff like that. I put down to, you know, illegal paragliders or whatever, because I know it's possible. You know, I saw a guy on YouTube, you know, who did England. Well, he did half of England. I think he got up in sorry, where was it? In Derbyshire. That's where he got up into the air, and then he came down in the Midlands. So it's like a good 70, 80 miles or something like that. And he said he only decided to come down because he wanted to go to the toilet. So,
speaking of it, I probably need to go again.
Go for it.
Yeah, so you got up to your orb. So what was other sightings you had since then? Because I know you got to go to bed, ain't you? What's the time in the morning over there? 3 a.m.?
Well, are you trying to get
No, I'm not trying to get rid of you, but I'm just thinking of you.
He's trying to get rid of you. That's the
I'm just a caring person.
I'm trying to say I'm trying to get rid of you. You got to watch the New Zealanders, you know what I'm saying?
I spent 6 months trying to get on this show.
If I want to get rid of you, I can just click a button. But no, I don't want you in trouble with your wife or anything like that. That's all.
Here comes the banhammer.
She's not here at the moment. It's 2:53 a.m. But lads, it's tired. Listen, if I want to go, I'll go. Do you know what I mean? No problem. I'm all right for now, though.
Right.
You know.
Okay.
What else are you looking at? I'm happy to stay on and get my opinion on something. If you want to move on to something else, that's cool by me.
Yeah. No. Just finish off all your sighting stories, and I'll just be going to talk anyway.
Well, honestly, this is what I'm saying. I think it's actually. Like we were just saying then, I think one, like Gabber alluded to, that once you get your eye in, you start seeing all sorts of things. So you can start seeing balloons. I saw like I told you, I saw those letters or whatever fly over. And then you just start getting your eye in. Do you know what I mean? And so then you start questioning things that you think is normal, but like you say, you spot things most people have got their head down on the phone. Like another day, there was an orange light in the sky, and it was like in the middle of the afternoon, in like, you know, a busy road with traffic, yeah. And it's this orange light in the sky, like it's quite big, but it's like pulsating a little bit, yeah. Getting a little bit small. It's kind of hazy the day. It's a summer afternoon. It's hazy evening. It's hazy, you know, the weather. So you're thinking, it's the sun, right? No, it's not the sun. The sun's completely over in the other direction. So he's like, well, hang on a minute. What the is it? And then you're like, and then the next thing that dawns on me, it's like I get my camera out to film it, and the camera just won't pick it up. I can see it with my naked eye. Well, the camera just won't seem to pick up the, you know, the frequency of light that it's giving off. Yeah. And then I'm looking at it, and as clear as day as I can see it, but I'm wondering why has nobody else noticed it? Nobody seems to give a crap. Like, what's that orange pulsating light in the sky? And then I watched it until it disappeared, and what happened is it just got smaller and smaller until you couldn't see it anymore. And it just disappeared. So it started off, you know, like it was the sort of sun behind fog or clouds or something like that. But as I say, it couldn't have been the sun because the sun was completely in the opposite direction. Not the opposite direction, but another direction. You know? So we're like, what was that? And like I say, I'm amazed at why don't people see these things, you know?
Yeah, I'm back anyway.
Yeah, no, it's like that was another one. And then I've seen lights. I was driving one day down Chester Road, right near Manchester United's ground, and I was with somebody, and it was like I knew I was going to get a sighting, and we've been talking to somebody about having a sighting, and I said to the guy, I said, mate, you have to just keep looking all the time, and you know when you're driving, you're not quite looking up into the sky, so you have to crouch down a little bit onto the steering wheel to look up. And as I crouched down and looked up, there was some lights moving across the sky, coloured lights. But it wasn't Guy Fawkes Day or even near that time of year. It wasn't New Year. I think it was August or something like that. So, you know, so you couldn't have said it was Bonfire Night or Guy Fawkes Night or whatever. You know, it was like, but anyway, fireworks go up. These weren't going up. We were going horizontally across the sky. And then the kid who was in the passenger seat with me, he was like absolutely amazed, you know, that we've been talking about it, and then we both just got a sighting like that. It was absolutely amazing, you know, the level of coincidence, if you believe in coincidences, is like the coincidence was just astounding. Like when we got back to my house, his girlfriend was there, and he was just telling his girlfriend, love, you're not going to believe what we've just seen. But to me, it was like, that was about my third or fourth sighting at that point. So to me, it was like, yeah, there's definitely things flying around the sky that you can't explain. Do you know what I mean? It was just, I was already convinced anyway.
What were the colours of the lights of what you saw?
Sorry, what's that?
What were the colours of the lights?
Right. So one was like an Albany ready, you know, like a maroon Albany light, and then one was like a yellowy orangey light, and they were both going horizontally, but at different paces and at different light frequencies. So they started off at one frequency of light, and then went to like a brighter shade of sort of not pink, but going, well, yeah, kind of going from burgundy to pink, that one, and then one slightly under it will go in the same direction, sort of went orangey to yellow, you know, as they moved.
Was there any blinking lights on it at all, or was it just constant?
No, it was just constant. But like if they were going horizontal straight away, you'd have said, "Oh, what? Somebody just having a fireworks or whatever." You'd have just said that's a firework. But fireworks do not go that way.
No, but LED stuff does with kite tails and stuff like that, right? But
again, it's just a random event. Why would somebody do that? Do you know those green? Have you seen those green lasers, like in Manchester? Have you seen those green lasers that people have that you can point in the sky?
Yeah.
Greer uses them
well, you can get different colour ones, yeah.
Yeah, well, criminals in Manchester use them to mess about with the police helicopters while they're committing crime. You know what I mean? To occupy them, to get the police to waste the time. You know what I mean? They use them for those reasons. Okay. But anyway, so I was in the street. This was like before anyone really knew about those lasers. And funnily enough, I was in a pub beer garden, and it was lunchtime, so it was a little bit early to be drinking. But I had this on, I was on my own as well, and I had this pint in my hand, and then there was this green light, this laser, you know, on my body, and but I could see the laser in the air, and like I say, it's in the village, it's in the middle of a nice village in Stockport near Manchester, and then. So I knew straight away, someone's just messing with me, you know, some kid in a car or something like that. I couldn't quite spot him, but I knew he was there, and I knew the technology, I knew the colour. I could say straight away that's what it was. You know what I mean? Like another day, I was with my brother, and we had a drone came down right over the top of us. You know, flew off, and they're really fast. Them little drones, them. You know, the ones under 250 grams, you travel at some speed. You know, and if you don't know what it is, you put it down to that's a UFO or whatever. You know what I mean? But you know, you've got some experience in them. You know what these things are, don't you? That's why a lot of these it's such an affrontage for a lot of these hucksters when they're looking at stuff. They know what it's not straight away, but they go through all this rubbish. You know, trying to make a few quid.
Their cover story to try and trick people into believing it's something it's not.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Stephen at Truth Seeker touched on something that I think is true. If you're going to just call it entertainment, and you just want to bullshit people for a joke or whatever, fair enough, call it a joke. Do you know what I mean? We'll all have a good laugh at the end. And if people want to watch that, if the kids want to watch that, that's up to them. Do you know what I mean? But be honest about it. Don't mislabel and say, oh, this is science. And we're researchers. You need science or researchers.
Let's just say at the beginning this disclaimer. This is they need a disclaimer saying entertainment channel.
Absolutely.
Some of the stuff that we're going to show you is not actually real UFOs. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Do you know, like these? Have you seen these? What do they call them? People, or these psychics who go to the police and they can solve crimes. They tell them where a body is and all this sort of stuff. Well, let me tell you the truth about that. If a psychic went to the police and said, I know where a body was, they'd put them in handcuffs immediately. Immediately, you'd be in handcuffs.
Yeah, you'd be prime suspect anyway.
You would. What a load of nonsense. And that's what it says in those programs. This is nonsense. This is acting. This isn't true. Psychics don't work with the police. What a load of rubbish. But people watch these programs and don't read the small print, don't read the disclaimers. And then they go around telling people, oh, did you see that on the television? It's like, what a load of rubbish. Yeah. Well, that's up to people. If you're gullible enough not to read the small print and all that, well, but at least they made the disclaimer.
Yeah.
But, a lot of these hucksters, they don't do that, do they?
I don't think any psychic has solved a crime, though. They sort of give general things like, I see a body near a body of water, it's near a edge of the river, or a tree line, or, it's very general.
Yeah, they prey on people. They do all the research in advance. They get on Facebook and they find out about people, so they can get enough of the story right to intrigue people's interest, and then the rest is just made. Do you know what I mean?
Although, some of them they pull out.
commit, it's a bad crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them do pull out names out of thin air. So I've always wondered, are they cheating? The producers feeding them stuff? Is someone from the TV network feeding them stuff? Because that's really dishonest if they are. But if some of them have got general superpowers,
No, they've been fed information. It's part of the act. Of course, it is. It's part of the act. And they don't see
yeah,
it
it's hard to know though.
They see it as like, oh, we're giving people hope, we're giving people something to believe in. You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
But you know, as I say, label it as entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, don't try and convince us that this is science and you've done your research when you know full well that that's an out of focus plane. It's an out of focus plane, or it's a balloon. Stop what you're going on about. It's a balloon. Yeah, and you know, it puts you off watching them. You know, it's like, here we go again.
Yeah, well, Third Face lists theirs as a science and tech site and news, right? And so does Tyler, which is not true. They're entertainment, both of them.
Yeah, they all are, yeah. I think
Disclaimer, some of these are acted scenes. Blake Cousins may be acting. And at the end, credits produced by Blake Cousins, acted by Brent and Blake Cousins.
It's so corny. That one with his son pretending and that alien thing with his son, that was the word to vomit. Honestly, it was disgusting.
I thought the garage one where they spot the balloon in the garage and they fake being bullied by the
what about the one with his
witnesses.
two mates down the road at the furniture shop? Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
And then they tried to say, oh no, where were they in? They were in Indonesia or somewhere. They were like down the road.
You know, that the people that watch them and also goof on, because he says, oh, there's nothing in it, it's just a load of lies, it puts people off trying to watch it so they don't see for themselves, and that's just really bad. If you're going to debunk something, you've got to at least put a few clips up it and say, well, but what he did is he cherry-picked little clips out of it. Remember when he was debunking it with and holding up his smartphone to the camera and saying, well, what's that? Where's that debunking? You know, well, if you watch the bit before and after, it actually debunks it, that they were faking.
What's that one? What's that one with the reflection, the lights and the reflection? You see the bloody lights in the camera, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And he's going, oh, that's not the same lights. Of course it's the same lights. You know, the 5 white lights over the city centre.
Yeah, you're talking about the LA live event, yeah.
Oh, that is just disgusting. How you can carry on lying about that? But that's not the same light.
I saw it when it was being aired live, and when they turned around and I saw the house lights, and I thought, bingo, I'm going to have to do a live show straight after and debunk it.
Oh, it was like bingo, but I mean, come on, mate. Once you seen it, it was just so obvious, wasn't it? It was like, it's like they hadn't vetted it. They put it out pissed up or something, and hadn't vetted it. And then it's
but
too
now
late
Goof on saying, Third Face have got evidence that they can prove there's no glass in the balcony. Well, I knew they were going to come out with that because I found the daylight footage, right, and I preempted debunking it anyway and showed you how glass panels can slide into the floor and all sorts of things. Will slide upwards and, you know, and...
what's it called? Is it some magic effect or something? What's it called?
What's it called? Yeah, it's on the top of my tongue and I can't think of it.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Anyway, that's for it's a standard magic trick.
It's named after a person anyway, like the ripple effect or something. What's it called now? Jesus. Sucks getting over 50. Your brain's never as good.
Yeah, I think it's Stevens.
I'll look it up. I should be fresh in my head. Illusion with peppers. Pepper's Illusion, was
Say
it? Pepper's Illusion.
Pepper's,
that's what it's called. It's
P.
named after the person. Pepper's Ghost. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Pepper's
it.
Ghost
So,
Illusion.
Ghost Illusion. Pippa's Ghost Illusion. That's right. Yeah. Thanks for that. So, you know, how they can, you know, how they've got the face, how they've got the cojones to say that that's not the case. It's, wow.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, just call it entertainment and have fun with it. You know what I mean? Say, oh, this is all for entertainment. No problem.
Yeah, as long as you put a disclaimer on it, that's good. But that's what I said to them. They should just rename their channel the UFO Tools. The Tools of UFO. Like UFO Tools, because that suits B1 and B2, right? Brent and Blake. I call them B1 and B2.
I think they've been stuck on them, on the subscriptions they got for quite a while now, though. They don't seem to be going up very fast. I don't know where they got all them subscribers to start with. Supposed to be going years, haven't they?
Yeah. And there's always going to be followers, you know. It's always going to be a hardcore 10 to 20,000 when you got 1 million followers, right? No matter what you do, they're still going to be watching it. Because some of them don't pay attention to the debunkers, you know. They don't listen to the critics because it ruins their fantasy, it ruins their worldview, right?
It's about the music and the production, isn't it? Like building a suspense, you know, with the acting, you know, like, oh, we're on a road trip and, you know, you're bullshit, spending money and wasting money, basically. That's what you're saying to me. We're like, oh, no, we're on a road trip and we're going to meet some other UFO huckster today. And, you know, that guy, what's he called? Travis. What's he called? Travis, whatever.
Walton?
Like, we're going to meet Travis today. You're like, yeah, we're going to meet Travis Walton today. You're like, you know, it's just more of the same, you know what I mean? Come back next year and you'll be doing the same rubbish. And all of their films, none of them, all of them are behind a paywall. It's like they do this rubbish and then they think that you're going to pay to watch it. It's like, who are these people? You know, they must have money to burn. You know, that they can waste money on Dr. Greer's app. You know, and Dr. Greer's app. And
yeah.
I'm not sure how much it is, but it's like 10, 15 quid or something.
Had to do, what is it, Yogi, what do you call it, trance?
Meditation.
Yeah, something like that, isn't it?
Transcendental meditation, but
no, it's got a special name for it though. I can't think of what it's called now. And they call it some sort of special.
There's a Buddhist centre a couple of miles away where you can, you know, do sessions for a couple of quid or something.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, but when you were saying that you could sense when the UFO's out there, yeah, we're talking to Gabber and 18 Wills about that. That maybe it's like it gives off infrasound and it can affect you, depending how strong it is.
It seems to understand emotions, because that day, as I say, my girlfriend was pregnant. She ended up having a miscarriage. But that day, it was like, yeah. But that day we went, you know, well, I was really nervous, and I was on my, you know, sober, completely sober. You know, like just tense. I think some food was in the oven or something like that, and I just gone out onto the balcony. I'm looking up at the stars, and I'm, you know, I can actually see stars as breaks in the cloud. And then, as I say, this all pops out behind a tree, moves into my periphery vision to the right, and then I start looking
Metal
at
Gamins. We were talking about you earlier. Metal Gamins arrived.
Metal, asking Metal.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, they were loving your emanations or something, wasn't it? When you
they
do
loved
streams.
your lizard person face on the webcam. Yeah, we loved how you had the lizard person face, your reptilian face on your webcam picture. That looks really cool.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Yeah.
Where's
Talking about
Metal
Travis
Space?
Walton, I actually have a debunk on him, and no, he didn't pass all the lie detector tests. That's a lie. They covered up. At least 3 he got wrong. So remember the magazine had one done on him, and he didn't pass it, and they covered it up. Can't remember what the magazine was called now. And also, he got to pick the questions of the ones he passed. He got his own test done with his. It's a bit like it's a bit like how you can pass a test, right? So, did you see lights in the sky? Well, you're going to pass that, right? You're going to say yes. You're going to pass that because you saw lights in the sky, even if it was on a tower with a spotlight aimed at you, right? So that's the type of questions that you could thing,
broken clocks, right? Day,
Yeah. And also, it's quite easy to fool lie detector test. Some military person told me that they've been demonstrated in a small group of training that their boss did a lie detector test, but before the test, he took some medicine, I think it was, and a puff of some weed. So medicine, I'm not sure what was in the medicine, some type of alcohol, I guess, and it causes relaxation, and then took a couple of puffs of weed, and he passed it, lying all sorts of things, he said, which were clearly, obviously lies, and he passed it clean. And he said it's quite easy to defeat lie detectors, but that's why you got to do blood tests with it at the same time, right? And check there's none of those chemicals in the system, including weed, right? And of course, those guys did a lot of weed smoking, I heard, so...
Yeah, they're getting more advanced.
Yeah. The lie detector machine said he was lying. Yeah. I believe a TV show. No, wasn't just on the TV show.
What's the other guy that passed the lie detector? Or the guy that said he worked at Area 51, or not 51, was it? Area S... What was it called?
S4.
S4721.
What's he called now? Everyone that I can't think of his name. The famous guy who was been on Joe Rogan. What's he called?
Oh, the one that had the Uzi 9mm.
Bob Lazar.
Not Fravor. Not Bob Lazar. Yeah, that.
Bob Lazar. That's the one you're talking about.
He's another fibber, isn't he? Come on, he's been on. I'm a counsellor. Right? I spent 5 years training.
A lot of people say he's fibbing.
Yeah, Gabber is as I say, I'm a counsellor. I spent 5 years training, right? I wasn't always a counsellor. I retrained in my 40s, okay? But it's, like people good at poker and but everyone's got a little bit of a everyone's got a bit of tells or whatever, yeah. Yeah. So it's like Joe Rogan's supposed to be good at poker, and he's sat there in front of this guy, Bob Lazar, and to me, he's got all the signs of somebody who's not telling the truth.
Joe Rogan does it for an act, for views. People want to hear him talking to Bob Lazar, so he just pretends like Bob Lazar's talking truth. You know what I'm saying? It's all an act. Joe Rogan does an act and pretends and just lets any person in just because Bob Lazar's famous. He's got it. He doesn't ask. He doesn't ask questions to find out if anything he's saying is truth. He just lets Bob Lazar tell his story. He's just doing it for views. He doesn't care if it's true or not. He gets the views.
He was doing the headache routine. Remember, he was doing the headache routine and saying, "Oh, I can't remember. Let me just think a wee while. Oh, I got a splitting headache." To me, that was like,
you don't have a splitting headache. You can't remember. That's just faking it because you can't. You can't say
No. He's got to think of what he said in the past to keep it in the same line, else people are going to catch him out.
If it contradicts what he said in the past, people will say you're lying.
Yeah.
And as the years go by, they always say something that contradicts what they said in the past.
I don't think Joe Rogan hasn't had Corey Goode on, has he?
Didn't his wife have an affair? Is that right? His wife had an affair, and that's how that's how the whole thing came out.
Bob Lazar bought a brothel. Bob Lazar bought a brothel or something.
I think his wife
No, his
died
wife
mysteriously
had
of a heart attack, very young or something, which could easily be due if you poison her with the right chemicals, right? And they might not be traceable unless you're looking for it, you know. So, yeah, the first wife died of a strange heart attack, I think it was, and then he got another wife living in the same house where his old wife was, and didn't something happen to her as well? I think both had problems. I think both died.
Right.
It's kind of strange.
Do you know the story? The first wife. Do you know the story? The first wife had an affair, and that's apparently why they wanted rid of him, because they thought that he was, you know, he was a vulnerability or whatever, and that's how it came out.
Yeah,
that's the story he tells anyway. Like
yeah,
poor him, his wife,
not too sure.
You know. Mm.
Yeah, but he was a rat bag, though. You know, a normal person doesn't set up a hooker place, right? What other UFO person sets up being a brothel? You know, none I know of. He's the only one.
I don't know about that. People do strange things, but I'm just talking about the facts, what I can go off. When I'm looking at his body language and his non-verbal communication when I'm seeing his interviewed, it's like you just said then about headaches and stuff like that. He doesn't look like he's being honest. You know, have you heard of Peter Wyatt, who does statement analysis? Have you heard of him, Peter Wyatt?
Name rings a bell, I can't picture him.
He does statement analysis, and sometimes what gives you away is not what you say, it's what you don't say, or it's not what normal people say in a situation like that. You wouldn't say that. That's not how you react. That's not how normal people respond. And so sometimes it's that. It's like it's not what you say, it's what you don't say. You know what I mean? And no one. The truth is, nobody is a good liar. Nobody. We all give our lies away, no matter who we are. There's no one who's good at lying.
There's always tells. Like a good poker player will always know. There's always tells to know what if he's got a good hand or if he's bluffing.
Like I just said then as well, sometimes, you know, if you're with somebody who's like really bright and on it, and you think, right, I don't want them to fall for my lies, so you don't say stuff, and then they know you're lying then because you didn't tell them stuff. Sometimes it's not what you say, it's what you don't say. You know?
It's true. It's true.
And Bob Lazar, and it's non-verbal communication, you know, the way, you know, just little looks in his eyes, just milliseconds, but you know, it's just alluding to he's not recalling his facts, he's recalling his imagination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the two different things, the two parts of the brain, you know, and where we look, how we respond, or
he has to look back in his imagination to what he said before to say the same thing again instead of recalling a memory.
Exactly. It's just recalling lies, not remembering what happened. Yeah, it's a different part of the brain. Your eyes act differently when you're recalling memories or when you're telling stories. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, NLP.
I was listening to someone talk about Bob Lazar this week on Dr. Sala's show, and he was talking like Bob Lazar this, Bob Lazar that. I'm like, hang on a sec. Everyone I know knows Bob Lazar's lying. They got all this evidence to show Bob Lazar's a liar, and here you are on Dr. Sala's show telling everyone how good Bob Lazar is, and like, yeah, I met Bob Lazar in 1974, and we talked at the UFO conference, and Bob Lazar's legit. And I was just like, what the hell are these people? They're just like grifting on people that have been caught up lying. Like,
yeah, I think people just want to believe in something so bad, don't they? That
it's true. They want to believe so much that they can say anything. They can tell you this person is legit. Yeah, they're still talking how good Bob Lazar is when there's a wealth of information showing he lied and made everything up. But they're still preying on the people that want to believe. They want to believe so much that they will ignore the evidence that's out there, and they'll listen to someone's grift, someone's BS story. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Here's another one, Linda Moulton Howe. People donate to her. It's like she's a poor thing. She's a dirty old woman. She just wants to retire gracefully and save any credibility or whatever integrity.
She goes and interviews. She
goes
and interviews Nazi girl. She puts Nazi girl on her show. Like, what is wrong with you? Now she's on Gaia TV doing something stupid. I saw an ad for. I'm just like, are you kidding? Now she's on Gaia TV promoting garbage. I'm just like,
yeah.
People are so gullible they will believe anything.
Yeah. I know she's blocked me. She's blocked me and deleted my comments, Linda Moulton Howe. You would think to yourself, out of all the people that subscribe to a channel, you'd think she wouldn't have time to do stuff like that. But clearly she has. And all I said some. I'm a counsellor, right? So even when I'm at a drink and I'm Larry, I'm never abusive or insult people. It's not who I am. Do you know what I mean? So I think all I said was something along the lines of, now you know that. I think it was that. Was it the photograph she said that came from a Brazilian computer artist or something? And all I said something was like, now you know that where the photograph has come from. You're going to give people the money back. That's all I said. And I think my comment got blocked and deleted for that. So they've got some cheek, haven't they? I think Stephen at Tree Seekers is really hit on something with it. Is it legal? It's got to be some kind of crime that in America. How do people get away with that legally?
Online fraud of videos. Yeah.
Yeah, well, what she was doing, it was, it was a picture of a grey alien, and apparently it was on a PlayStation 1 game from 20 years ago or something.
Mm.
And she's thinking, people are not going to remember PlayStation 1. People still got PlayStation 1 games. Play it for play retro games for a laugh. You know what I mean? How naive, how ignorant was she thinking that people won't get on that? That people wouldn't realise that. So you can do that. What's that with photo search? You can do photo search, can't you now? And you can get the history of a photo within seconds.
She got away with it. She got away with it. Gaia are paying her money to do their new little show. Like, these people, it's just ridiculous. They throw money
like Corey Goode.
Frauds make the money.
I haven't been in space, but I can imagine being in space. It's my IP.
I didn't physically meet the aliens. I did not physically meet any aliens. I imagined them in my meditation. I created them in my mind. They are my story.
Yeah.
In my opinion, obviously, I just think he's not well. When I look at him, I honestly think he's not well. Like, he does need to see somebody. He needs to see a counsellor, and perhaps he might have had issues in his childhood that he needs to work through or something. But he honestly,
I don't know.
Doesn't look
he seems to be worried about millions of dollars that he's needs to be paid from that TV show.
Something behind the eyes. This thing is like, I don't know, like he's hurt as a child or something. He's just not well. Doesn't come across as a well person. Mentally, I'm on about. He doesn't come across as mentally stable. And like that other one, like Wilcock, he doesn't come across as mentally stable either. With his flying cars. I'm going to have a flying car in a year. I fell about the house that morning when I heard that video.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Flying car within 5 years, was it? Was that his claim?
Yeah.
They're just ripping everyone off everywhere they can. They're always finding it. They're such schemers that they're always looking for a new scheme to rip people off. They're always coming up with a new scheme.
I prefer to use the word grift myself. A new grift.
Yeah. Grift, con, graft is an English word for it.
Not many people know what grift means.
Yeah, whatever it is, I'm saying it's some sort of crime for real.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
And
it's fraud.
People, yeah, it's fraud, yeah. And if all these people knew where the money was going,
drugs and hookers. Well, that's what Tyler Klotner was spending it on. Tinder dates, hookers, and drugs. You do know about Tyler, don't you? Someone on Reddit found a really old report that he said he was going on a Tinder date, even though he's married, and met up with this woman.
Right.
But when he knocked on the door and went inside, 3 black men were waiting for him, and they said, "We want your wallet, we want your PIN number, and we want your car keys and everything else." And basically they left him on the side of the... Well, actually, they took him along to the bank to make sure the PIN number was correct, and then they just left him there. And he walked to the... Yeah, and apparently he was on some special pills for opiate addiction. He had left in the glove compartment, and they vanished, apparently, when the car was recovered later.
Right. So they left him dope stick as well. They left him withdrawing as well.
Yeah, so but Tyler had to walk to a petrol station to call the police, and then they come and picked him up and went to the station to get his statement or something. It's all in the Reddit post anyway. And someone said, well, that's his number plate, that's his full name, and that's his date of birth. So, yeah, what's he doing on Tinder dates when he's meant to be married is the question.
When was that for?
That was in January 2019.
Right.
That was the first court thing that someone managed to find.
All right, I know where you're coming from. What's he doing? That his personal life, or whatever, right? But here's my position on it. Okay, what he does in his personal life, whatever, he wants to behave like a dickhead. That's up to him. He wants to blow his money, how he wants to behave. That's up to him. But in terms of being, your show and UFOlogy, a researcher, your credibility. I'm like watching videos from Alien Addict where he's embarrassed to say I was skinned and Tyler gave me 500 quid and I took it and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is disgraceful, mate. And I just treat Ollie like a joke now.
It's disgraceful.
But the thing is, you don't know if they're joking half the time, half the time they're joking, but they do take some money. I'm pretty sure they do take money.
You take £500 off Tyler to stop debunking his videos.
Yeah, I think he might.
Tyler phoned him and said, "I'll give you 5 ton if you stop debunking my videos."
I think he was joking. I think he was joking though. But there's no guarantee though, because Tyler hires other people to donate on his behalf, so they don't know it's him.
You've clearly not seen the video. Honestly, ask Ollie yourself. He admits
no, I have
it.
seen it.
He made a mistake. I get it. He made a mistake. I get it, but
I think he was acting.
But I don't know whether
Alien Addict goes on Stephen Cambian's show, and he's like, "Oh, this is terrible. What Goofon's doing, terrible. They're calling you a pedo, making fun of your disability or your one bad eye that you have a disability with, calling everyone pedo." And then the next week, he's on a live stream with Goofon, joking around with best buddies. Goofon, I love you. Like, it's like he's backstabbing everyone,
Yeah.
I have called him out on it, and I very rarely go on their channel now for that reason.
He's very two-faced. He's very two-faced, that Alien Addict. Very two-faced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah.
He's a player.
Double standards. I don't know about two-faced, but double standards. I think with the alcohol thing, really made me laugh. That Goofon was calling you an alcoholic, but yeah, he goes on Ollie's show, and Ollie drinks 4 or 5 bottles of beer on every show. Standard. He always has 4 or 5 bottles of beer.
I don't really watch him.
Not saying, oh, he was pissed up or anything. No, he wasn't inebriated. But he does have a drink on every show, and he admits to it. He says that I've got a proper job. This is my entertainment, right? So that's what he says. He wants to have a few beers. That's up to him. Why are we having double standards when you made Goofon, when you made Richie Rich is coming on dissing you, saying you're an alcoholic, when you don't drink at all? Not as far as I know. I've never heard of you drinking on the show, or I've never heard of you talk about a drink at all.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what makes them think that you're an alcoholic. You know, and all those petty as it may sound, they're just I don't know whether I'm going to get into it, but you waste so much time on it rather than just concentrating on the work that it's supposed to be doing. You know, that's what it's just saying with Tyler, whether you want to, talk about he's having an affair on his missus, that's embarrassing, that's up to him. If he wants to treat his wife like crap and humiliate her for the world to see, that's up to him. But if he wanted to talk about his channel and his credibility, if he's trying to pay off smaller channels to not debunk him, what does it say about your channel? So there you go, that's all I'm on about. The credibility of your channel and the work you do. What you do in your private life, that's up to you. Do you know what I mean? I can't, it's not part of your work. But
yeah, but it did actually
out.
bleed. It did bleed into the ufology side of things, though, right? His personal life. His personal life bled into his UFO world. Remember? He disappeared. He came back and said the men in black took him when he actually was in prison. For drunk driving. So the personal life did affect his channel, but he wasn't honest about it. He could have said, "Oh, I slipped off the bandwagon, guys. I crashed my car and was arrested for the weekend or whatever, and got out on Monday." It doesn't take too much to say something like that, does it? Instead, he made up this big story saying the cops were beating him up after the DUI video came out, and then he made up another video saying the cops beat me up and the men in black drugged us at the dinner and all that sort of business. It was in the middle of the afternoon, and they had a dinner.
Humiliating. Somebody like him, he should have known better. He should have known, this tape's going to be available. This is going to be a Freedom of Information request. No problem. People are going to have no problem finding this tape later. He should have known better. He should have just, like you say, he should have just been honest and shown some humility and perhaps made an apology immediately. And then, got on with his life. But, just like liars, they just make bigger lies for themselves, dig themselves a bigger pit. It's embarrassing. It really was embarrassing. I don't watch.
There's so many shills in this field, and it's just it's just nothing you can do about it.
What shows? What channels do you give some kind of credibility to then?
Well, that's a really hard one. There's really none. To tell the truth.
What's the American one that I sent you a video from last week? Is it it's a green screen all the time? Is it UFO? What's it called? I sent you a video last week, I think, from them. It was in Santiago or somewhere like that, I think.
Right. There are some MUFON guys that run their own channel. I suppose they're credible. You're talking about what's his name? Pullin. What's his first name?
It's a Latin one. It's a Spanish-speaking one, yeah.
Yeah, well, straight away, that's a wee bit dodgy Spanish stuff. You're not talking about real UFOs, though, yeah? Because that's just a shill channel too.
Credibility, though, right?
You're not talking about On the 2012, yeah, that's another shill channel too.
I'm just having a look now. I'll find it. One sec.
I think people that are generally honest but do actually promote dishonest people, though, still is Martin Willis' show. But if he thinks someone's bullshitting him, he actually will end the show on them. He's done it. He's done it in the past.
UFO Energy, that one. Do you know that channel?
Doesn't ring a bell. But I only focus on the biggest noise generators. But there's just so much out there. You can't out every channel under the sun. But you should have a feeling when you watch a channel whether they're not being honest or not, right?
Let me send. Can I send you links in here in this room now?
Especially when they say make up your own mind. Straight away, that should be a red flag. You don't have MUFON saying make up your own mind. Oh no, we got some sex spamming bot on the side chat. He's got a hammer out there.
I'll deal with it in a second. Gabber, you deal with it, man. Metal can deal with it as well if he's there.
Yeah.
Is it any way I can share? Can I share things in this room?
Oh yeah, of course you can. You can share what's on your phone, or where you got the app running. You can click on share screen, or you can film it with your camera if it's not too bad. But you got your camera showing black at the moment, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Because normally, if you got your camera off, it should be just like a flashing letter, but it means you got your camera on there.
Right, hang on.
Not the gnome. The gnome on the table. What's that thing there near your hand?
Father Christmas.
Oh, Father Christmas. Looked like a gnome. What is it? What is it? A money jar or something?
Christmas mug. Got my coffee in there.
Oh, right. Oh dear, oh dear.
Copy link. Now, where do I share the link?
In the side chat, but was it to that site? Is it?
Alright, so shit, it's on my sugar. Sorry, hang on. It's on my phone though, not on my laptop.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. It's got to be on the same machine. No. You can post it. You can post it in the side chat on the PC.
Okay, right. Hang on then.
How come you didn't want to use? Oh, you got no camera on your PC. Is that why you didn't want to use your PC? Was it?
I've got the keyboard's broken, so I can't use the keyboard. That's the
problem. Right. You can't use the keyboard, but you can use the on-screen key. You can use the on-screen keyboard. Do you know about that?
It takes ages, that on-screen keyboard.
Yeah, no, it's shit, isn't it?
There we go. Where's the link? Hang on, video. Oh, YouTube. Okay, cancel. Not that one.
I find keyboards last forever, but yeah, your cat spilt stuff on it.
Have I just pasted something in the room? I believe I have.
I haven't seen anything pop up in the side chat. In Discord, you mean?
No, on this what now?
I got Discord muted at the moment, so let me just have a look. Brandy, Shogun's here. I think that's you, is it? Look, no matter what says this. Ah, right. Okay.
You got to hang on, share.
Oh, that was from earlier.
Right, share. Healing. Yeah, put it in the side chat of this, what we're on now. What's it called? Jitsi. I put it in the Jitsi. Put it in the Jitsi chat, not the YouTube chat.
Ah, right.
Paul?
That's what that funny noise is. Let me just have a look. Yeah.
Chat, not the YouTube chat. Yeah.
Just trying to work it out. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, have you got it? So that's one of the channels. It's all it is just videos. It's always just videos, but they generally come from Latin American and Brazil. So you know, I speak a bit of Spanish, so I can translate some of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you know, some of them are just dots and stuff. But you know, there's some interesting videos on there as well.
Oh no, not the red arrow. The Tic Tats. Which was bound to be a plane, isn't it?
See the one where it was like a light moving across the sea, like an orange light moving out, you know, off the coast, and it moved off into the distance, and then came back a bit, just right gliding just over the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's called. Yeah, UFO Energy is the name of the channel anyway, and they just do little mini shorts. It's not got very many subscribers. It's a small, really small channel. But I don't know. I thought they were quite authentic. But you say there's not.
Letter L balloon. That looks like letter L balloon.
What is it?
Letter L balloon. Helium balloon. Letter L. What looks of it? That one. This one here could be a boat on the ocean. So pixelated and blurry. Oh, it looks like a boat there, doesn't it? If you zoom in, a white boat, probably a sail ship. Okay, it looks like a boat. It's got a front V shape to it and a rounded end, so that's a boat. Definitely a boat, a speedboat by the looks of it, actually. The other one was a... Yeah. Yeah, sort of breaking up. I'm not sure why. I'll let you talk because I think the feedback is cutting your voice out. This is why you need to get a headset to solve that problem. So yeah, I'll let you talk.
No, mate. I'm just showing you that's one of the videos I'm looking at in a minute. What do you think?
Yeah. That looked like a number balloon. It's spun around there, I think. Let me just see what it's doing. It's rotating around. I'm just trying to see what it could be. It's not a letter L balloon. It's a letter A balloon, I think. It's got a triangle shape to it, I think. Where's it gone? Just saw it then when they had it in focus. And of course the video ends. Let me just see if I can get that back again.
We're watching the same video.
Yeah. That's a letter A balloon. You can see it's a triangle shape and it's got a hole in the middle.
Yeah, what's that?
And now it's rotated around so you can't see it properly. So we're seeing the side of it now. And now it looks like it's spun around again. And now you can start to see the hole where the A is, right?
Yeah.
And of course it looks like it's got 3 legs on it, but actually you can see the light reflection and the compression artifacts are 2 white blobs on it. So it's a letter A balloon, you know, one of these ones. They come in various designs, of course. Letter A balloon.
What's the IT one moving across the water? Did you see that one?
That one was a boat. Yeah, that one looked like a speedboat, actually. So that one you're seeing there at the moment is a second video after it as a letter A.
I've just sent another one into what's it called again?
So what else you got after that?
Yeah, have a look at some of that same channel, UFO Energy. Have a look at some of their work.
Yeah,
as I say, a lot of it's in Spanish.
They're just showing various video clips like all other UFO channels and just saying make up your own mind, which again is just noise. You know, it's not really proving anything, right?
At least, it's not proving anything, but at least it's more honest than Third Phase's approach of, you know. We've got somebody on to talk about. No, he did well. No, it's just people do talk on it.
Whoa. And I'm zoomed in. I'm fully zoomed on that bitch. Look at that. It's like what is it?
That's a letter A balloon. I think it's the same one, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like an A shape. Turn towards us, so we're seeing the bottom of the feet of the A at the moment.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to so much show you that video. I was showing you that channel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out what what resources we have got. You know, with any channels that have got a bit of integrity. That's the problem, right?
Yeah. So because they break it up into video shorts and all that now, it makes it a wee bit hard to. Should be on one tab, far as I'm concerned, and then have an option to break it out into subcategories, right? So there should be one tab called videos, right? And it should have all, and then the next tab should be shorts. I mean, next one should be uploads, next one should be shorts, and the next one should be live. So you should have all, so you can just scroll through all of them in date order. Mixed together. That's really bad. I don't know who designs and thinks this stuff out. But these people that making big bucks at Google, they make really bad design problems and bad coding stuff. Yeah, so again, a lot of these are going to be balloons floating next to planes, flares, you know, that's definitely LA there, isn't it? I know, Brazil, so that's probably flares off the coast, is it?
Is there a triangle in the sky? Did you see that one? It's
Actually,
supposed to be a cloud shape.
This one rings a bell. I think Mick West looked at this one. It was actually, again, Starlink satellite flares low on the horizon. But yeah, let me just see. Some of them I have seen before, you know, and
yeah, I've just sent you another one. I think it was in Brazil, a triangle in the sky.
Yeah, so if I looked at all those, I'd probably be able to solve all of them by image matching and looking at how they're moving and stuff. But yeah, he sent me another one. Well, got to be careful here. I know it's fair use and all that. Reviewing a website, but I don't want to do too much of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
So which was the latest post here? Is it the top or lower half? God, you've posted it twice too, have you?
I think, I don't know.
What's
there's another one, a Brazilian one with a triangle in the sky.
Yeah, you've got so many links there with no names, so it's a bit hard to work out.
It's the last one I've sent.
Don't think Google likes us looking at it during the live show. AA triangular, so it must have the right one here.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there's another one channel as well called Only Real UFOs. Have you seen that channel?
Yeah, that's a Shills site.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was posting left, right, and centre on Tyler's comments, trying and get people to move over to him because Tyler wasn't posting for a year.
Right.
But yeah, he had a lot of CGI and the regular fakes on there, same as in all the other channels, right? So no analysis. Yeah, this one looks like it's a hole in the clouds, is it? It's not really a triangle craft, it's just not even a triangle. Alright.
You got the right one. So...
I'm not seeing any triangle craft there myself, I'm just seeing a dark, a gap in the clouds.
Oh, it might be the wrong. Sorry.
Now you got to be careful of these ones on the phone because they've now got apps that can actually do that. Fake UFOs.
Yeah, I've seen those. You can just implant a UFO into a previously recorded video, Going to make it
See,
very hard for everybody.
for that
isn't it?
one, that needs some filters on it, so you'd have to go with the basic ones here.
Is there nothing in the digital information that gives it away, Paul?
Well, we don't have the real image, right? No, it's not like JPEG compression.
Right,
Apart from the meta information of the real date and time and location, that's about all you can really pull off a video. And sometimes that's even not there, right? So, unfortunately, I can't see the triangle, so let's invert it. Saturation. Why can't I see it?
That middle one, isn't it? That middle one. It's that middle one, 7 days ago. It's that one. Yeah. No, the one to the middle.
Why is it not? Yeah, why can't we get any decent image out of it though? Oh, not that one. I can see the edge of it here. Can we actually get it so it stands out?
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Righto. Let's see. It's just clouds in it. Okay, we might be able to see it on that. Alright, so that's a bit better with some filters. Now, looks to me like he could be high up here on a mountain edge, looking down at the coastline there, right? Could that be a coastline? And that's actually trees and a beach and sea beyond. I don't know, let's just keep on playing it. Is it really up in the sky, or are we looking down? Seems to pixelate really badly. Is it just play around with the cloud colors? Look, it's not even a triangle now. So it looks like it could be up in the sky then. And you can see now it's got a hole this side, which is the filters are showing. It's got a chunk missing there. It's not even nice and straight there. And I bet they stop it before it deforms. There you go, it's only disappeared. That's kind of a wee bit suspect right there straight away. CGI. I think that's a CGI fake, isn't it?
That's come to say hello.
Yeah, we're not actually looking at the cameras at the moment, so we're looking at this stupid video. Yeah, it looks highly suspect of editing here. Looks like something you get on TikTok. Yeah, look, it disappeared, right? So it looks to me like a phone app or...
Is it?
Yeah, it looks like a phone app type thing.
Busted.
Yeah.
It does look kind of CGI.
Yes, because it is. I thought it might be just matrixing of different cloud covers coming in, but no, way it disappeared there. It's definitely 100% mucked around with.
Okay.
That
channel stuff, and I don't know what you're saying. It just leaves it in the air for people to decide.
Yeah,
themselves.
I think Scott Brando even put that one up.
I would much rather that though, Paul, than people wanting to tell you what it is. You know, with Blake saying, "Oh, it could be from another world, an interdimensional craft." It's like, shut up. You know, just let people make their own minds up. Do you know what I mean? You know, or
well, if you're not going to show them, if you're not going to debunk it, yeah.
Or if you think, tell people about that app and say, "Oh, it could be that app. It could be just somebody just messing with us here. It's probably just somebody messing with us." But be honest about it. But anyway,
yeah.
I think that channel, you have to, like you say, you could probably go through it and debunk most of them, or
Yeah. I think Scott Brando put up something recently about that, didn't we? That wasn't one of a triangle shadow.
What was the one that Mick West debunked? And he said there was stars. That was a really interesting case. Was it off the ship? Was it Nimitz or something? No, that was something different, wasn't it?
That was Corbell's triangles. Is that what you're talking about? The bouquet one?
Yeah, Mick West, and then he lined it up with the star chart, and was it Venus or something? It was some of the stars anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was some clever. That was clever work. That
I like how Mick West overlaid the sat lap and the stars together. Looked really good.
Yeah, it was clever.
He did
work,
some good work.
He
did some good work there.
It wasn't even close. It was so accurate. It sort of put it beyond doubt for me, that one. Well, that was coming from the government, so people who were on that ship were convinced that they were looking at UFOs. So people even who were convinced in the moment were still, learn to you got to eat the words afterwards,
Yeah.
Didn't it? What was it? Was it about it flashed? So it must have had the, planes have the lights on them, don't they, that flash? So they was saying that's what it was. So it wasn't triangle at all, was it? It was just blurred, and that's the way that the flare or the infrared camera was picking it up.
Okay, here's another example of a tic-tac one. It's actually done on the phone app, this one. Okay. Just something to watch out for.
Yeah.
This is expected by my latest YouTube video. App name UFO video camera. Oh yeah, let's have a look. UFO video camera. See what images come up. Nope. App. There we go. JY UFO.
Good night to Ricky in the chat there.
Good night, Ricky.
Yeah, good night, mate. I was trying to find some examples of it. But I know he's loaded it onto... Oh, here we go. We want to look at this one here. Here we go. These are all the fake UFOs and stars you can make. 3 lights in the sky, triangle.
Metal Gaming says Gary Nolan with white beard.
Gary Nolan with white beard.
Yeah. So remember this famous one here.
It could be a pizza slice.
Yeah. But I think there's this one here too. There's a few of these apps out there. Let's see if that one's got any examples. Does it give us a list of all the ones it does? Maybe it's not that one. It does say UFO though. Does it make fakes? Make control. So that's not a UFO faker one. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what other ones he's put up. That's all I found. Alright, okay. I'm pretty sure the shadow one is around too, but I couldn't find an example of that one. Cloud UFOs or whatever. Cloud UFOs phone app. Let's see what comes up in that one. UFO 17 plus. Okay, is that the one? What's it say? Looks like a sightings thing. Someone's trying to get people to download the app to see sightings. UFO clouds are real. Beam UFO sound clouds. No. You think it'd be easy to find the shadow ones? Let's see. Shadow clouds.
I mean, the Sony talked about as another shill, isn't he? Put a lot of fakes out.
Let's see. That's not giving us anything either. Damn it. Yeah, you got to use the right keywords when you're looking for this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's one that can overlay all sorts of crazy motherships in the clouds, and that's one of the apps, but obviously I'm not sure if it was on that other one. It certainly had other UFOs that you could add on, but I'm pretty sure, not sure if that one also does the shadow ones like on this video here. But anyway, enough on that one. It's quite easy to do, as you know. You know, you could easily do it on editor as well, right? Let me just... You can just bring in any picture you want into the video and create a series of frames with it. You know, you could do it really easy. So yeah, let's just grab a cloud. Well, I could actually take a snap of my clouds out the window here and put a fake UFO on it. How about that? We'll try that. Here's the sky watch. Let's grab a thing. It's overcast, but that would probably be good enough for what we want. Video snap.
Cuban cigar.
Yeah, we could do a cigar one, or a cigar one. Okay, so where's my UFO folder? Didn't I not, folder? I didn't open that one. Okay, we'll just do it the hard way. Should be in the list. There we go.
What's it called? What's it called? DIY UFO. What was that? JY
So
UFO.
you could do both really. You could do a triangle UFO. Let's just do that one. All right.
Oh, the screen. Oh, yeah. JY UFO. Okay, I'll have a look at that. JY UFO. I'm making notes.
Actually, what I should have done is put it in a layer. Okay, we'll do that.
I'm old-fashioned, me. I've still got a pen and paper. JY UFO.
So what you can do is then do layers, and you can make it transparent, right? So, hey, look, guys, I caught a triangle hovering over my house. And it's cloaking into the clouds. There you go. Disappeared. And I could just record that screen there. I just can
Hey, Paul, off topic a little. Paul, can you hear me? Off topic a little bit, but can you explain to me a little bit about the revenue, about how they make money, and about the ads? Who gets to choose the ads and the length of the adverts? And if people go out and they leave it playing and it's an hour-long adverts, does that mean they get more money? You know, can you explain a bit about that to me, please?
Google's got like 8 different adverts on there, banners, side banners. They prefer you to have permanent ads where you can't skip them. Non-skip, they call them non-skippable ads. If you have non-skippable ads, then if you pay more than 5 seconds, you get more money as well. But I don't think that's fair on the people to have 1 minute of wait time before a live show or whatever of an ad for me to make money off. So I make them skippable so they can skip it after 5 seconds. And you can always use
YouTube YouTube take like 90% of your ad profit anyway?
No, what they do is they pay you a percentage of the ad money they make off those ads. So you get a percentage.
Yeah, but they pay you like 10% and they keep like 90%. So they're the ones making the money from the ads.
Yeah, Google's making the creaming in the money. So if I make $1, you can bet they're making $10 out of it. All right.
Right.
And super chats, they take 30%. Yeah,
Can
anyone
I
at
just clarify something?
Yeah.
But it's a
Clarify then.
super chat's a donation. That should be all your money, tax deductible. Someone's donating to you.
Yeah.
On Twitch,
UFO.
if somebody donates to you on Twitch, you get 100% of the money. It's a donation.
Yeah, and you can't both talk because he fades away because he's not on a proper connection there because he's not using the headset.
I just want to know something like about the skipping bit. So if people don't press skip, say somebody went, say third phase of the moon, they put a long advert on, right? And people go out, and you know, I've noticed some of them, they're like 2 minutes ones, so it'll be like a 4 minutes or something. It'll play for you. So so if people don't press skip, they make more money. Is that right?
I think you might get a higher percentage as well, but it's not really clear. Google doesn't make it really clear how much you're going to get from the ad. That's the problem with Google. They'll just tell you something general, like you'll get $1 for every 1,000 views, but obviously if they click on their ads, in the past when you click on the ads, that means that person might buy something from it. You actually get paid more money if they click on the ad, and also if they watch it longer. That used to be, I don't know if it still is, in the early days they used to pay very well for ads. Like I heard sometimes when they started up a UFO channel, when they got 100 views, they made sometimes $100. So yeah, that's going back to 2008, right? There's big money back then. Could you imagine Tyler getting like 5 million views on his leaker fake he made, like Dr. Norton? You know, how much money did he make on that? Probably easy 20K on ad money.
Probably a millionaire.
Yeah, he is a millionaire. Yes, he is. He's got his properties. Yeah, of course he's a millionaire. You can do the calculations. You can work it out roughly, but he's got $2.4 million of ad money. That's American, of course.
What about the cousins? Do you reckon they're in the millionaire bracket?
Well, they've been doing it a wee bit longer. They didn't have quite the number of views at the moment as Tyler has, but in the early days they were getting millions of views. There's also 100,000 views.
They were both paparazzi, weren't they? So they made the money in journalism before they even came to doing UFO channels.
I think they still do it. I think they still do that. It's like they're like the #1 paparazzi. So anyone famous comes to the island, they're stalking out the airport to take some snaps for the local newspapers and rags, right?
When they're not in Arizona stalking Travis Walton.
Yeah, well, walking next to him, you mean? Are they doing a documentary with him again? I thought they were doing Doc Skinner and who else was it? Michael Schratt and Jim Goodall and all the other shills trying to make money off their books and stuff.
Yeah, what is Michael Schratt? I've seen him in his diagrams and his stories. He goes right into it. And it's basically somebody's story. You know, you've made all these elaborate drawings. And some of the drawings are brilliant. You know, like, somebody's clearly put a lot of time and effort into that. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's a drawing. It's somebody's imagination, right?
Yeah.
It just seems like really long-winded, doesn't it? You know, making drawings of somebody's story. It's like me showing you.
It's a good thing to do, but it's better that the witnesses actually do the drawings, right, with the story, and then that's it. That's more credible. And then you can use those long as they got their own drawings, and then you can then do nice renderings in 3D of it and stuff, and animate it and whatever. That's fine by me. What's not fine by me is that he's teamed up with frauds to promote himself, to build up his channel. I think he's got like 10,000 followers now, hasn't he? And growing in such a short time.
What on Strat's own channel?
Oh, it's got some strange name. I can't remember it. But it'll be, if you find a video on their channel, if you go description, they'll be promoting it in the description.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it. I find I find his work. Like I say, like you said, it's good, it's interesting. It has its place.
Yeah.
But, when I'm looking at it, all I can think is you're just recalling somebody's story. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just like listening to me tell you, that I saw a cigar-shaped craft. It doesn't prove it. Show me a video. You only even have got my word on it, haven't you?
Let's see. It comes up.
I could show you fancy drawings of it. You know what I mean? But show you where it happened. I could tell you, it happened in Withington Road and Wally Range, about 3 miles outside the city centre. You know what I mean? But it doesn't make it any less or more so, does it? That's all I'm saying. Put a lot of time and effort. It seems like, I don't know, you could be doing something else with that time, really. What was you saying about MUFON? MUFON wanted to give you a job because they're looking at the credibility of your work. Is that what you're saying?
Earl Grey was trying to get me to be a chapter in New Zealand because they don't have anyone that covers MUFON. Not in the South Island, at least. I think they might have someone in the North Island, but no one in the South Island. And of course, you have to pay your own way. Your travel expenses, car wear and tear, petrol. It's not for me. It's not for me. And of course, my eyes are bad now. Yeah, I was just trying to find his channel here to remember what it was called. Michael Schratt's all over the place now. Here, look. I don't know if it's him though, but it sounds like him. Aerospace engineer Michael Schratt. And worldwide UFOs. That sounds like him. Looks like one of his drawings, doesn't it? What's his link though? What's the channel name?
Like you say, all these people, they might do good work, but they're latching on to the hucksters' work. They must be aware of it. They can't be just us lot like here on this small channel that know. People must do a little bit of due diligence. Is that the right word? Due diligence. Put a little bit of effort into finding out, is this true? Does it hold any water?
He's put up a lot of stuff that's very obviously someone's fake story,
Before you'd work with the Cousin brothers, would you not do a bit of due diligence and just say,
the Cousin brothers?
Would you not say, what else?
You would do a background check before doing an interview with someone, because...
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I'm on about. Due diligence. And then,
so you can't deny, I didn't know there were hoaxes. That doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm trying to say. You can't say that you didn't know.
Yeah. But
same with
strange
Stephen
how
Greer.
I can't find his channel though.
Well, he still worked with him. He's still done a film with them, hasn't he? He's another one. Yesterday he put a video saying that he sold fusion or something. Another absolute nonsense talker.
Well, they've just done an experiment in California where they got more energy out with laser fusion. They use lasers to heat up helium. Was it? No, hot hydrogen.
Did you not say he's got the world's energy problem solved in a black box. He just needs everyone to send 10 grand.
Yeah. I think fusion power will be reality, but it'll be another 10 to 15 years away, I'd say, at least.
What cold fusion is. Right.
That must be his channel there, I think. Let's see. Playlist. Is it his channel? This is videos. That's definitely him in it. UFO hypothesis.
He's like the godfather of ufology con men, isn't he? Con people. There's Linda Holt up there in the top 3. But I think he is the top one. He fools so many people. Stephen Greer, and they watch all his films unacknowledged and all that. People put, nice people, but people who've got jobs and they've got stuff to do with their lives and they can't research it all day. Do you know what I mean? And they put so much weight, they put so much confidence in people like that they're doing it on their behalf, but they're not doing it on their behalf. They're doing it to stick their hands in their greedy, deep pockets. That's what they're doing it for. Going on these... going on these expeditions and charging people for thousands to basically go and sit out in the this bloke go and sit out in the desert for the evening and pay him thousands to do so, sort out to meditate.
Looks like he works out lifting weights or something though, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like we were talking about before, fraud, you know what I mean? It must be some kind of crime, grifting people like that. It's just not right. Gullible people falling for it. And I feel sorry for the people, you know what I mean? But, and all, like you're just saying, all these people, Michael Schratt and whoever else that is Goodall or whatever, all these people, they attach themselves to it without having any sense of integrity. You know what I mean? There's any credibility. Like Gabber was saying with, Linda Howe interviews that woman and she's... What's she called, Gabber? That nutcase woman. The Nazi woman.
Marina Serena or some crap.
Yeah.
That's it. Honestly, she's another one, an absolute living nutcase. There's a nice way to say it. She's off.
She's a brainwashed nutter.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Well, Michael Schratt's YouTube channel is called the Blue Room Media Link. Blue Room Media, it's called.
But Michael Schratt's working together with Third Phase of Moon now.
Yeah, that's where I got the link from. Is from one of the ads with him.
That tells.
Oh yeah, so this is his channel, Blue Room. So let's have a look at his stats then. Was it 10,000? I'm getting up there anyway. So he's got more than...
For every 1,000, did you say?
He's catching up with Goofon. 8.2k. So 800 and 250 subscribers. 8,250 subscribers. Let's see, how many videos has he uploaded for that?
It's been going less than 2 years or something, hasn't it?
He's got 166,000 views, and I've only got with Google in 7 years 216,000 views. So he'll overtake me probably in another month. And he's only been on there since December 2014, but his channel wasn't active till recently though. He obviously created it a long time ago.
Oh right.
A lot of people created YouTube channels and then simply rename them, rebadge them. Because if you've got a really old channel before 2016, that's where it all went wrong. Google treats them a wee bit better if you've got a really old channel, because you've been around longer, so you're more trusted. But yeah, it doesn't say, where's it say? It used to say how many videos you got uploaded here, but I don't see it anymore. Google stuffed that up too, bollocks. But anyway, videos, there's probably got a few there. Oh, actually, he hasn't got too many in that one. I thought there'd be a lot more. Okay, when did you start uploading? 1 year ago. So he's only been active on this channel 1 year ago. He's already up to 8,000. So this goes to show, you know, the influence of working with big players, right?
Well, his content is what? Just his content is what those talking through his photograph or his pictures and his sighting accounts.
He just reads books and summarizes books that of people's sightings.
No, basically started off with going through newspaper stories, and he converted their descriptions into what they were seeing, and that's how he sort of started.
Is he actually getting good views on each video?
Let's have a look. 13,000 views on the last one on alien AI art autopsies. I wonder if he uses.
It surprises me that because we usually have people third phase of the moon viewers got short attention span and they just want to watch cheesy little short videos for somebody to sit through. Michael
look at this one. It's only 30 minutes long. 30 minutes, 26 minutes, 36. I suppose they're quite long for short attention. 10 minutes. These ones are 10. Yeah. 10, 23. 31, 1 minute one. Yeah, so as he's been growing, he's got more views.
20 minutes in the phase of the moon video. It's usually about 20 minutes, isn't it? 18, 20 minutes.
Yeah, so he's not doing too bad for a year old, basically, even though it says 2014. You got to look at the last video. He hasn't got any live shows, and he hasn't got any shorts. I haven't had anything to eat today. My stomach's playing up. It must be close to dinner time though as well. 5:30. Yeah, I'm going to have to sort of wrap up, guys.
Nice talking to you all. Fine. We've been talking about coming on, jumping on for ages, haven't I? Not doing it. So glad to finally talk to you in person.
Yeah. So when you watch it back, you'll see how much you cut out, and I think we can improve.
I don't know whether I've got that much spare time in life to watch it back. But I'll tell you what I will do though, Paul. Is over the holidays I'll sort a better laptop out and I'll download a better program so we can talk and stuff better in the new year. I promise you that. Okay.
Yeah. A cable always works better for off the back of the router rather than Wi-Fi too.
I have got talk internet. Like I say, most of the problems revolve around that the keyboard is broken.
Yeah. I think we've done a few hours here. What are we up to? Yeah, because I started early. 5 hours, so it's really time to wrap up for sure. But like you said, no one will watch it. But that's up to them, you know. Some people do. If I put chapters in, they might just spread it over a week and just see what was said stuff.
Well, not bad though. You do get views. There are people that have watched. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, depends, I think tonight, it's Sunday.
Truth Seekers has been on while we've been talking as well, so when your show clashes with somebody else's, you know what I mean? You're competing with that as well, aren't you? So Stephen himself, he probably watches your show. I know I've heard of him talk highly about your researching skills and stuff. So. And he talks about your IT past and all your qualifications. Tries to explain to people about the Out There channel. So, I've heard him do that. But but he's got his own show, and like you say, if the time's conflicting.
Yeah. But to say I've got no evidence, I don't give any evidence to to any of my videos. It's just wrong, So anyone that's sort of saying that clearly hasn't been watching even the short videos, the 5-minute ones. I give plenty of examples, That one about the UFO stains. You remember that one that before you go? I'll just see if I can find it. This one
Good
here,
night, Metal Gaming.
I did a lot
See
of
you later,
research.
lads.
See you,
Okay.
Shogun. See you, mate.
No, I'm saying Metal Gaming is off. I'm reading the chat.
All
Good
right,
night, Metal
yeah.
Gaming.
See you, Metal Gaming.
Before we dash off, I'll just show you just one of these things. You remember the UFO stone? I think. Let's see if that comes up. Can't guarantee what Google will come up with. This one here, is it?
What
Oh
was
no,
you
the
saying before?
Roswell Rock here. That's
Was you
another one.
Before, Paul? Did I hear you say Macintosh is for idiots before?
He puts apples in computers, not apple juice.
Did I hear you?
Well,
I'm just trying
apples are for people that are not really technological, right? They tend not to go wrong. You know, they're sort of built that way. You know, where people can't tamper around with it too much like you can on Windows and Android. But anyway, yeah, a lot of people, a lot of businesses use them because they're a lot safer as well. You know, and.
No, but I'm thinking I'm going to buy something over the holidays. So, what do you advise me to get? Should I get should I go?
I don't know. It depends what you want to do, really. If you just want to watch live streams and chat, you know, pretty much any computer will do, as long as you got a fairly decent connection and a headset, you know.
No,
I
was talking about. Is it Flex? Is he one of our members? Flex. I was speaking to him about it. I want to actually start a website. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to be kind of powerful. Like I was trying to run a learning app, Duolingo. I was trying to run it on an app on an old iPad. And it says, "Oh, the iPad's not got a sufficient enough memory for it, or whatever." So you have to, it has to be quite big memory to be able to run some of these. Isn't it?
Yeah,
go out and buy something second hand for a couple of £100.
You can just get a cheap netbook.
A what? Notebook.
Cheap netbook for like $300.
Okay. Netbook. I'll have a look.
Brand new. They're cheaper than laptops, but they'll.
Yeah, but does it work with the applications though? I don't know. I haven't.
Yeah, it's like a mini laptop. Netbook.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I do make sure you just check the reviews and what people say. Really, the majority wins. Remember, if everybody says that was a UFO, then generally the majority wins. But you know, they're not always right. But with computers, it tends to be. If everyone says, "Oh, it's got bad keyboard on it," or it goes wrong after 1 month, then you sort of got to listen. Yeah, I was just trying to find that episode, but it wasn't coming up, so I'm not sure what I called it. It's always the problem, trying to find your stuff on Google.
Did you see that amazing documentary on BBC that BBC made about the James Webb telescope?
I think I got some documentaries, but I never got around to watching them about the James Webb. Was there something good on there?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, I was already amazed by the whole James Webb thing. But, like, it's the same people who run the science program Sky at Night in the UK, which has got a lot of credibility, that program. Yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. But it goes right back into the history of it, like 25 years ago when the whole idea of the telescope was first thought of, and then the first drawings of it, and it goes right through the designs. And they've had cameras there, you know, doing slow motion photography of it being built and everything. And the precisions and the things that went wrong. Yeah, it's about, you know, BBC. I think it's
okay.
Having a look more actually.
This one here.
It's about. Let's have a look.
Alien discs. Remember the alien disc on security? I'll just make it full screen here.
Okay.
I don't know if I talk on this one. I'll just play music, I think. And I'll just show screen snapshots of the research I did. Yeah. These are only like, this is a 4-minute one, right? I'll just skim it. Remember these ones? Secure Team put them up as fossilized UFO craft. What did he say on that one? What's the head on that one? Alien discs found by mining company, right? You know it's stone. But anyway, we can just keep on going. Of course, he goes through the video. Back then, I didn't actually play his videos. I just took snapshots from the videos and just used it for debunking. So these are all things they dug out the ground. Remember? And, yeah, these all. Yeah, these are all alien craft he's claiming, but fossilized, encrusted in rock or something. I'm not sure what he was trying to say. You can see how big they are. You know, they'd have to be really miniature aliens. So what's that one? About 4 meters big or 12 feet big. But you know what they are. I'll show you in a minute because I do the research. There, you got a helicopter, is it? Lifting out one here. Okay, so they're saying they're carved stone. That's not true. Maybe some of them might have been. So that's the problem with newspapers. They're always wrong too. They never do the research. So these are some of the articles that were talking about it. Found more than a dozen discs. Volgograd region of Russia claims that the discs contain tungsten and high density metal that has applications in military technology. This is obviously a fake story, right? So I'll just keep on going. Of course, you can find these certain places in the world, like even America, apparently. I got a alien flying one of them. There you go. I got a blue avian bird from Corey Goode flying one. Evidence aliens landed on Earth millions of years ago. All these are for these rag sites in UK and whatnot. All you have to do is cut them in half, right? So just keep on going. So here's some research I found. The term kettle bottom in miners' jargon refers to a dangerous geologic formation found in the roots of underground coal mines. Kettle bottoms increase the risk of mine root falls. So we'll just keep on going. So another one here, kettle bottoms. They are either the preserved stumps of trees or concretions in the roof of a coal mine. So as you know, fossilized trees turn to stone, and also concretions, which is like where you get sandstone and you get this little hole that develops that turns into those big round stones that you see in Mexico. Was it Mexico or South America? And also in New Zealand and other places where it pops out the sand cliff face. So we got some in New Zealand. It's basically like sedimentary rock that forms into this big rock in the cavity, right? So keep on going. And it says here, concretion is very well cemented sedimentary rock. Larger concretions can be 3 to 6 feet in diameter. There you go. And a kettle bottom here on another site, a smooth rounded piece of rock, cylindrical in shape, which may drop out of the roof of a mine. And of course now here you can see the tree stump, ancient tree stump, you know, coal mines, you know, coal's fossilized trees, right? So you can see here when it fossilizes into stone that these chunks break off and fall down and kill miners. And what they look like. Well, you just have to go to a coal mine and you can find these tree stumps scattered out front. And here's some more pictures of how it works. So I did a lot of research here for 4 minutes episode, and Tyler did none. And these are the round ones I talk about that pop out the side of the cliffs. And there's one coming out the side of the cliff now. Looks a bit rough for a UFO though. These grown together rocks have a variety of origins that require geologists to integrate information from a variety of disciplines, including biological, chemistry, soil science, blah blah blah. And these are the bull ones. And there's one that looks kind of like a UFO. Here's someone, UFO rocks of China. Looks the same as what was in Russia.
UFO rocks of China.
Here's some popping out the side of the mountain here.
Wow.
But these ones
Wait, don't rush. Let me see that. That's amazing.
These ones tend to be more oval and sphere shape. Let's keep on going. Look at that one, just sitting on top of a sand mound here. That's amazing, isn't it?
Paul, can you not just go and get a bag of crisps or some nuts or something, or a glass of orange juice or something?
It's only 4 minutes, but I'm pausing it so you can read this. Rumours soon circulated that the remains of the extraterrestrial beings were found inside. That's fake news. And here, someone actually got one of these and cut it in half and found no aliens inside.
You know Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where that mound that everybody goes to that looks like a tree. What's that called? Some mound in America.
Kettle Bottoms.
You know, Close Encounters film. Do you know what's it called?
That's called Devil's Tower, I think.
Devil's Tower, yeah. Is that looks like? I seen that on one of that Eric.
Yeah, that looks like a tree stump, doesn't it? It looks like a big, huge tree.
It looks like a fossil tree stump, yeah.
Yeah.
But I seen I'm not a flat earther, don't get me wrong, but I was watching one of Eric DeBay's videos. I found the bloke fascinating.
No, he's a fraud.
No, but it just he's the lengths he goes to try and convince people. It's amazing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I remember watching these videos, and he showed those rocks like Devil Mountain from right around the world, and there's amazing amounts of them that look exactly like tree stumps. You know what I mean? Like huge trees that have been cut down. And now they're these mountains. It's it's a very interesting phenomenon. Definitely.
Yeah. Devil's Tower, I think it's called. Just to have a quick look at it before we wrap up here.
That's only one of them. That's only one of them. I'm telling you, they're all over the planet.
Devil's
not like the Memphis. Enough of them. Like there's just 20 or 30 of them.
Devil's Tower. Here we go. Is that the one?
Isn't that one of the best UFO films? Richard Dreyfuss getting burnt down half the side of his face. It's one of my favourite films in any genre, I think.
Yeah, it was my favourite. Back in 77, was it? Or 78? Just around about the same time as Star Wars.
Forget Star Wars. Close Encounters every time.
There you go. Look at that.
I'm more of a Star Trek person. Yeah, I'm more of a Trekkie anyway. I'm not really a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
I like the new series of Discovery. I thought that was amazing. They've gone 1,000 years into the future, and their ideas of the technology is amazing. Like everything's like 3D printed. You want a table? A table just appears. Just like printed in front of you. You know, just their ideas about, what technology is going to be like in 1,000 years. Well, no, not 1,000 years. 1,000 years from the other Star Trek. So Discovery, the new series, just jumped 1,000 years ahead of where it already was. So that was in, I think, 2,300 or something. So it's 1,000 years ahead now. You know what I mean? And the technology that they've thought up is absolutely amazing.
Mm.
Like
so actually,
like we use.
That one actually looks like it's tubes of sandstone or something similar like that. It's formed been pushed up from the ground, doesn't it? It looks like it's been through like a sieve, pushed up and dried. This one's definitely not a tree stump though. Yeah, there is a how they're formed here. Just trying to get to it.
Yes, as I said before, not a very debate. It was just interesting trying to look at how far he'll go trying to convince people.
Sedimentary rocks are formed. Yeah, okay.
Gabber, what's Mel Gaming saying? I can't read it.
I know. I thought he left. But I said we're going to wrap up now.
No, I know he came back. He said he'll stay to the end of the
see a big stone fossilized vagina with babies inside. He claims it once was a big living creature walking the earth.
What are you reading there?
That's a big vagina.
He's got insomnia, he says. Come back to his stay till he stays to the end of the stream.
Okay, before we get banned about vaginas and titties or whatever on Google, we better start wrapping up.
About the Ukraine war before, so it can't get much worse than that, can it?
Yeah.
It's not a war, is it? Sorry, it's not a war. Putin has said it's not a war. What is it? It's a
disagreement.
Tactical disaster.
Oh, I forgot I moved my mic away when I was away. I'm not sure if you could hear me. But anyway, gonna have to wrap up now because I need to go to the toilet again. So I'm just going to kick off. Going to kick off you guys. Goodbye. Let's stop some talking, you see. We can't keep on talking about different subjects. That always happens when you get people on as guests, right? Just goes on and on and on. We've had nights where we've run into 8 hours of a live stream and people just jumping on and jumping off, and more people would come along, join on and start chatting. That was pretty good though. It's like an open panel. Anyway, say good night to you guys and shut these down and kick the ending because I've got dinner coming up, I think. And they got to get to bed. Well, at least Shogun has to. I probably should call this one Open Session Night and just make general chapters on it. Oh. Just missed the end, did I?